Couple of hits in this one for DeYoung. He singled twice.
High fly ball. That's hammered deep left center field. Rodriguez back. It is gone. Paul DeYoung with a 3-hit return has gone deep in Seattle.
The king is gone.
Let's get nasty on a Tuesday. It's a Fast Line on 101 ESPN with Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsh. I'm Anthony Stalter. 201. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Jamie, I already feel it, man. I feel like this is going to be one of those days. It's going to be fun.
In my bones.
It's going to be fun. I'm not saying that people aren't going to be ticked off. I'm not saying that Cardinals Nation isn't going to be ticked off by the end of the day, or Jamie and I aren't going to be ticked off, and maybe. Maybe Anthony shows up at some point. Maybe the fiery Jamie Rivers at some point. But nonetheless,
the wedding singer, the best man, the drunk best man.
Let me tell you
something.
what I think of you.
I've been holding this in, but tonight is perfect.
It's coming out. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a fun day. We'll get into the Paul DeYoung trade. He was sent to the Blue Jays. But I just told you, Jamie, I'm not even logged in or anything like that. I barely got the headphones in.
I was worried a little bit about your preparation in the moment, but when I saw the hair on the back of your neck standing straight up,
you know I was ready.
You had the Italian chest popped out. Hair is coiffed rather nicely today.
Yeah.
I could tell the intensity level was high. What happened, Anthony?
Well, I was just having a spirited discussion with our guy, BK.
Oh.
Incredibly.
So BK pissed you off, though, but that's hard to believe. He's never pissed anybody off.
Here's the thing about BK. He... See what you did there. No, he didn't tick me off at all. I enjoy these conversations. I enjoy the back and forth. What he said was the Cardinals should trade Dylan Carlson to the Yankees for Clark Schmidt.
Oh, yeah, you should.
No. I'm not giving up a 24-year-old cost-control outfielder for a 28-year-old right-hander who's the epitome of fine. And his point was, well, it's kind of the cost, and fine is going to be pretty good for you right now. I'm not giving up Dylan Carlson for Clark Schmidt.
No, I was joking. I wouldn't do that either. If Clark Schmidt was 26, I'd certainly think about it. But at 28 and knowing what he actually is, I still believe there's value in Dylan Carlson.
I do too.
I understand that he hasn't had that superstar career, at least start of his career yet. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, he's been the butt of the jokes of the cold dead hands by Mo, and then a lot of people assuming that Dylan Carlson was the backbreaker in the Juan Soto deal.
Right, it was not.
It was not.
The deal was the backbreaker. The entire package.
If you want to trade Dylan Carlson, if you want to just move on at all cost, that is the one player that can go somewhere else and it will rear its ugly head on you. Randy Arozarena 2.0 will happen. Adolis Garcia, you pick your horse that's out there right now. That could be Dylan Carlson because of the talent that he has.
Right.
Will he ever amount into all that? I don't know. But if he does eventually get there and it's not here in a Cardinal uniform, boy, are you going to be 3 sheets of pissed off at that point.
Yeah.
I just don't like it.
Well, Janet, you'll like the player in a year or two when he's actually gotten the reps and maybe shown that he can handle everyday workload in center field. And that's on the player, though, too.
You're right.
You can't just give it to him. But Dylan Carlson's the one where if you're going to trade him, whether it's solo or in some kind of a package, you absolutely must get solid. A number 2 or higher cost-controlled pitcher in that deal. Mm-hmm. I'm not suggesting Dylan Carlson alone gets you that.
Right.
But if you package it, Jack Flaherty and Dylan Carlson, bam, a number 2 starter.
Yeah.
At that point, I would consider it, but only at that point.
I'm with you on that. And a contender is unlikely to give you a number 2 starter for that, but maybe it's not a number 2. Maybe it's a young guy that could be a number 2 at some point. I'm with you on this. Jamie, I feel like you and I are on the same page with Dylan Carlson. We don't want to trade him. We want to unleash him. Now, when he gets the opportunities, to your point, and you've made this point, and you're right. When he gets those opportunities, man, you got to flash at some point. He's still only 24. He hadn't been in the big leagues all that long, but Brendan Donovan wasn't in the big leagues that long. He flashed. Tommy Edman flashed. At some point, it is incumbent upon the player.
They're also older.
You're right.
They're also 2 to 3 years older.
Mature.
Some of them are
college players.
I think Edman might be 4 years older.
Yeah, you're right. So it's going to take a little bit more time for Carlson. I don't want to trade him. I don't view him as a number 4 outfielder. And Jamie, if other teams right now view Dylan Carlson as a number 4, why the hell would you trade him?
But maybe they don't view him as that. Maybe on their roster, It's just like anything else, right? So if the Tampa Bay Rays call and ask for Dylan Carlson, certainly hang up immediately. But they're not the only
start him tonight.
But they're not the only team that might view him as a 2 or a 3.
Right.
Like they might say, you know what? I don't like the way the Cardinals use Dylan Carlson. We believe that if he was hitting between player X and Y, he'd have more success. We believe that with the way we play, with our pitching, with like, there's always a reason to sit there and look at another team's player and have a vision of how you can make that player better, or that player could be better for your team, better suited for your team. And it does happen. Some players are just suited for certain programs, certain styles of play, and it never materializes with your team, but you switch it over to just a little bit of different scenery, different philosophy, and that player thrives.
Right.
And it happens in reverse, too. You have players that the Cardinals acquire that all of a sudden, they become great players because of the Cardinal way, or with the way, the pitch to contact, or the ballpark, or whatever it is. So just because he's a number 4 outfielder on your team right now doesn't mean somebody else isn't looking in and going, he's an everyday guy with us.
I should rephrase. If they're only willing to pay number 4 outfielder prices for Dylan Carlson, because you're right. I mean, they wouldn't acquire him if he's number 4. They would acquire him thinking that he's a starter. But if they're only going to pay number 4 prices for Dylan Carlson, he's got more value to you.
Does he have more value than Harrison Bader, or in reverse? Do you think Bader was more valuable?
I think Dylan Carlson, because of the age and the upside still has more value.
Well, you got Jordan
Bader.
Montgomery.
Yeah.
For Harrison Bader.
Who was a number 4, essentially, at the
for
time.
The Yankees.
Yeah, he developed into.
Yeah. So I always sit here and I think about that. You traded Harrison Bader, who, by the way, was injured at the time. And the Yankees took on an injured, inconsistent Harrison Bader, and they gave you Jordan Montgomery. Somebody out there might react like that at the last minute, just like it was with Monty.
Yeah.
Somebody might say, you know what, here's a guy. And the Cardinals might identify him as the next Montgomery, just to use as a visual.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you've got yourself a serious pitcher for your rotation for this year and next year, maybe years to come. But it did cost you Dylan Carlson.
We got a text from the 314. Obviously, you can text us if you have anything that you want to share. 314-399-9646 is the Air Comfort Service text line. From the 314, then how the bleep are you going to clear out the outfield log jam?
You know what? It's a great question. It's a great question. Here's the thing. Just doing a trade with a 24-year-old outfielder that has plenty of upside in Dylan Carlson, just because you have too many outfielders, it still doesn't make it the right decision. Does that make sense? I agree with the texter. He or she is right here. If you look at it and say, you've got too many outfielders, you have to free up a spot. Yes, you are correct. Trading Dylan Carlson for less than what his value should be, individually, it's a bad decision. To me, that's a mistake. It's kind of like the Jordan Hicks situation. Jordan Hicks, his value was never higher. You had to move him. What about your bullpen? You need relievers. Okay. But you have to view it as the individual. Where is the individual value right now? The value has not been higher on Jordan Hicks for the last, 3-4 years. You trade him. Selling low on Dylan Carlson just because you have an abundance of outfielders and infielders that can play the outfield, and getting pennies on the dollar does not make that the right decision. No. You trade him to upgrade another spot of your roster, but you do so at an appropriate value. To me, my opinion, I don't think that's Clark Schmidt.
Okay, fine, I'll agree to that. But something has to be done with the outfield. What I don't understand is why we've stopped talking about Tyler O'Neill. Honestly.
Good call.
I understand that the Cardinals, at least what they've released publicly, is that we're just not sure if we'd get the right value for Tyler O'Neill. Why are you overvaluing Tyler O'Neill?
Right.
Like, why? What has he done recently that makes you feel like, we're not going to get much in return, so we might as well keep the player? If so, like, what are you doing? Secondly, the way he's been playing recently, the flashes that he's had, I can't imagine that nobody's calling.
Yeah.
Because Tyler O'Neill is exactly this. I said this, I'm repeating myself from yesterday or the day before, I'm not sure. Tyler O'Neill is exactly the type of player that could go somewhere and make a difference. Short stretch. He stays healthy for the rest of this season. Who knows about beyond that? But he is a 5-tool player. He's got the great defense, got great speed. He's got the pop off the bat. To me, he's an easy sell to a team that wants to add some outfield depth.
Yeah.
What you get from him, I don't know.
Well, that's the question, right? So
But what do you want? If you don't view Tyler O'Neill as a future guy here, which you've already kind of circled him as he won't be a Cardinal past this year, why the hell don't you just trade him and get something?
My rules would still apply though. If they're not getting appropriate value, then you hang on to him, and you find out who does have appropriate value.
What is the value?
For Tyler O'Neill? It's
another overvalue situation by the Cardinals.
Okay, fair. But I'm not going to. Just the same reason I'm not going to trade Dylan Carlson pennies on the dollar. I'm not going to do it with Tyler O'Neill.
So then, who are you trading? Because you can't have 4, 5, 6 guys in the outfield.
Who has the most value? I'm finding that out in the offseason.
Tommy Edman has the most value. Is he an infielder or an outfielder on your team?
If he gets me a pitcher, that's what I'm considering. Same thing with Lars Nootbaar.
Well, Lars probably has the most value. How, I don't know. How, I don't know. Like he's certainly the most popular. But his numbers and the way he's played are not that of somebody that's, one, untouchable. They're not that of somebody that is your foundation, your core for the future.
Right.
But everybody seems to love this guy. So I'm missing something. And if I am, that's fine. I'm here to admit that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about if that's the case. But based upon his performance and his numbers this year, I would be looking to move him. If everybody else thinks he's the hot stuff, they might overpay for him.
Bingo. You just said it.
I know.
If somebody's willing to overpay for him, that's when you make a move. All right, we'll see how this plays out. The deadline, 5 o'clock today, 5 o'clock Central Time. Jack Flaherty, still a Cardinal. We'll keep you updated on where he might go. I can't imagine they hold on to him, but this is the Cardinals. You never know. So, Paul DeJong. We never even got to Paul DeJong. He was traded about an hour ago to the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll talk about that deal, what the Cardinals got in return, and kind of sum up thus far where the Cardinals are at the deadline. It's all next in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
Nobody cares more about the customer than Johnny Londoff Chevrolet. Listen, buying a car is not about the price tag. Not always, that's for sure. And I can tell you this, Londoff Chevrolet, they are right there. They are competitive with all of their prices, whether it's brand new vehicles or pre-owned inventory. They're right there. But for them, it's more about the experience, making sure that you feel safe in what you're doing, that you feel like you've been taken care of. The customer service thing is real for them. It's real. They've been in business for over 80 years in this area. You do not do that by accident, and you don't do that by not taking care of your customers. So please get out to one of the locations, which they've expanded. If you didn't know that, they've expanded. They've got the Londoff Autoplex out in St. Peters. They've got the original Londoff Chevrolet in Florissant, Missouri. Walk into either location, tell them Jamie Rivers sent you. They're going to treat you like family. I know this because I've been part of the Londoff family for over 20 years now. They treat me great, always take care of me, and they're certainly going to take care of you. So please get in there, check out the inventory, but if you can't get in there in person, get there online at londoff.com or londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Johnny Londoff Chevrolet.
trade deadline during the show. Let's go, boys. Give us some good news.
All right. Great stuff, Austin.
What
Appreciate
did he say
you.
at the end?
He said, give us some good news.
Oh, I thought he said 52 skidoo.
52. Maybe he did. I thought he said, give us some good news.
BT was in here last week, and BT started going over some Canadian things, and he goes, skidoo, and there's a hockey play, like when you pull the goalie, you call the old 52 skidoo. It's just the thing that you do. So I thought he said that. I thought he said the old 52 skidoo. I don't know why he said it, but all right.
Will they teach that at the Clear Camp?
Oh,
No.
you're talking hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
What'd you think I was pulling the goalie? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand why you would just throw out
No, that's
52.
the old 52 and you. That's a different one.
Makes sense.
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, no, it's
I'll draw it out for you later.
Jamie.
Please don't.
Uncle Jamie will fill you in. I don't even say Uncle Jamie. Jamie is the big brother. Jamie's the big brother with all the wisdom and knowledge.
He's your big brother, but he's my uncle.
No. That's why I cleared out the uncle. We're all
Gotcha.
brothers here.
You guys are welcome.
Jamie is the one that has done it all, seen it all.
Yeah.
In more ways than one, and he shares his knowledge with us. Some of his advice not to be taken, and he'll also share that with you.
You guys told me you loved my advice.
But he's also very wise beyond belief.
I appreciate Jamie's hockey insight.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
Good call, Marshy.
Marsh, the younger, the youngest
sponge.
child, the sponge.
Sponge.
He's always happy-go-lucky, innocent as all hell, and then I'm the well-adjusted middle child. So we got a nice family here.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Anyways, Paul
We're in
DeYoung
trouble.
was dealt. What's that?
Oh, nothing. I love you, Anthony.
Paul DeYoung was dealt today, and he was traded, of course, to the Blue Jays because the Cardinals can apparently only make most deals with
You
the
can
Blue
only
Jays.
have bird-on-bird crime here, apparently, this trade
Yeah,
deadline.
apparently. Now, they did make the one trade with the Rangers, but do you think they called the Blue Jays?
To ask for permission?
Yeah, do you think they actually called the Rangers by mistake? It's like, oh, hell, all right, well, you know what, why don't we go ahead and complete this deal anyways? And they meant to deal with the Blue Jays?
Probably.
Mm-hmm. So the deal for the Blue Jays for Paul DeYoung was for a reliever. 23-year-old reliever, something like that, whatever. The fact that you were able to, I mean, we're not going to sit here and break down this reliever.
First of all, he shares in a 7-inning no-hitter this year, okay?
Okay.
That's not nothing.
You're right. He also just got promoted to Double-A. So I don't think
that's not nothing.
I don't think we're going to see him for a while. I guess is my overall point. The fact that you were able to trade Paul DeYoung for anything, and get pitching help, I think is a boost. Paul DeYoung, everybody wanted him gone, just DFA'd at various times of the last 2 years. And you were able to turn him, and this season, into a young, cost-controlled pitcher. Whether or not that pitcher is going to pan out, we don't know. But it's the Jordan Hicks situation again. You were able to negotiate a deal for a player that at various times this season did not have much trade value. Paul DeYoung at the start of the year, Jordan Hicks, of course, in the middle of the first half of the season. You were able to turn both of those guys into 3 pitchers. Nice job.
Yeah, I wonder about the return, though, for Paul DeYoung. And hear me out, because I was definitely one of those people that was like, just move on. Just move on. At one point, like, just DFA him, move on, count your losses, whatever it is. But based upon, what Paul DeYoung was able to do this season since coming back from AAA, like, he's been good. Mm-hmm. Not great. He's been good. And if you traded for a pitcher that really has no future in your organization, what'd you do? You basically DFA'd him anyways to another team. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think I would have held on to Paul DeYoung at that point and just said, okay, we're going to ride it out with this guy's shortstop. And maybe, just maybe, his trade value is greater in the offseason, although you'd have to opt in to keep him or what. I don't know. Trading him for next to nothing in this one here seems kind of irrelevant. Like, you got another pitching arm. Just to say you got a pitching arm? Like, is this guy ever going to see the majors?
I wonder what the market, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know what the market was for Paul DeYoung, though, because the Dodgers made their moves.
Yeah.
The Giants,
but does
they
it
clearly
trade
aren't.
him to trade him?
Yeah.
But why?
What else are you going to do? You're going to hang on to him for the rest of the year and then let him walk?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you rather?
What's the difference?
Wouldn't you rather get a pitcher that might make a difference for you at some point?
When?
I don't know. But Jamie, if the pitcher does pan out in 2 years, wasn't that better than just letting Paul DeJong walk?
Yes.
Okay.
I would admit to that.
So the market overall, I don't think the market was robust.
No, I don't think so. But I always think of packages. When you get a player that is not like sought after, but you know he's valuable, especially when it's a team like the Blue Jays where they don't know what's going on with Bo Bichette right now.
You just got hurt. You actually kind of caught a break.
You had a perfect dance partner to push the envelope a little bit, get a little higher prospect, or maybe 2 pitchers. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe they got everything they could. The Blue Jays are they're smart too. They're looking at it like, what else are you going to do right now? You really want to hold on to this guy? You got Masyn Winn. You got Masyn Winn in the minors. You got to hold on to him for nothing?
I get it.
I just don't know who else. What other shortstop? Yeah, I don't know what other shortstop would be available.
So where does Paul DeJong rank for you as far as all-time shortstops here with the Cardinals? Like Ozzie Smith, obviously, he's on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
But where does he rank? And the reason I ask you that is because the Cardinals stats and facts Twitter page or X page, whatever you call it nowadays, put out this stat. Paul DeJong hit 115 home runs as a member of the Cardinals, which shattered the career home run mark by Cardinal shortstops, which previously stood at 74. So the most home runs any other shortstop hit in his career with the Cardinals was 74. Paul DeJong hit 115. So where does that place him? I know it's off topic a little bit, but I just was kind of blown away by that.
Yeah, it's an interesting. So I look at it this way: you're in a home run era. So he's the power threat. Mm-hmm. Previous shortstops, in the 80s and 90s, your shortstop was glove first, as we know. You had one of the finest shortstops in the game come through here, and that's Ozzie Smith. Ozzie Smith, number one.
Of course.
From there, I would look more toward David Eckstein, who helped win a World Series with you, World Series MVP.
Yep.
I would look at Rafael Furcal as well. Short stint, but Rafael Furcal in 11, without him, you don't win a World Series. I would look at. From there, I would and I'm just going to go back to. Go back to like Ozzie Smith. I won't go back further than that because I'm not going to pretend to know the impact that other guys in this organization.
Ozzie's always the one we hear about. Eckstein, we hear about David Eckstein.
Yeah, but again, I'm just going to view it from Ozzie Smith forward here. Okay, so if you want to do your own shortstop list for the Cardinals, fine. But for DeJong, even with his issues, I think made a bigger impact for you than Johnny Peralta for a couple of years. Who else am I missing?
Edgar Renteria.
Edgar Renteria is a huge one as well. So from that standpoint, Renteria would be in that same mix as Eckstein and
don't forget Khalil Green.
Well, that was a joke. Yeah.
All right.
Who else? So who else are we missing in that range? Like Aledmus Diaz played a little bit of shortstop. Yeah. Brendan Ryan played a little bit of shortstop. Ryan was an outstanding defensive player.
We can go through the whole list. My point is that Paul DeJong, I think, was better than we thought.
Probably.
Overall. Better than what he got credit for because of the bumpy ride that he's had over the last year and a half to 2 years. And I'm right there at the front of the line that poked fun. Probably shouldn't have, but did poke fun. And then I was done with the Paul DeJong experiment. I get, but when you see something that jumps off the page like that, like absolutely obliterated the next best shortstop as far as home runs are concerned.
Yeah.
I think the bigger overall question is why haven't the Cardinals produced a steady shortstop for all these amount of years that we're talking about right now? Mm-hmm. They haven't been able to get that one guy that you feel really comfortable saying, hey, this is my shortstop, and we're going to ride with this guy for 5 to 6 years.
Yeah.
Well, they tried that with Paul DeJong.
Yeah, they tried.
Right.
Yeah.
They tried, and it didn't work out. They also tried with other players, too. Mm-hmm. It did not work out.
We're not here to talk about the past. It's Masyn Winn time.
Yes, it is.
Bring him up, please.
Yes.
And thank you.
Yesterday.
It's a fast lane on 101 ESPN. What do the Cardinals do with Jack Flaherty now? Do we see a deadline, an actual deadline deal? Okay, Jamie, no. That's next on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals trade Paul DeJong today to the Toronto Blue Jays for right-handed pitcher Matt Swanson. The Cardinals will take on the Twins tonight, 6:45 first pitch. We'll keep you updated all throughout the day on different deadline deals as the trade deadline approaches us 5 p.m. Central Time. We'll talk Cardinals baseball and the trade deadline throughout the remainder of the show, so stay tuned. We're going to dive into Jack Flaherty and what his future looks like with your St. Louis Cardinals. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that there's a pretty good chance that Flaherty's moved in the next day or two. I do think the Cardinals have other things happening also, and I think that other players will be moved, maybe some that haven't even been mentioned yet. So I guess we'll just have to keep an eye on that and see. But it does feel like they're going to be one of the more teams in sort of reconfiguring what their team looks like for next season.
That was Craig Mish earlier today on yesterday on BK and Ferrario. It is the Fastline on 101 ESPN. So let's get into Jack Flaherty now. If for those that don't know, Justin Verlander was dealt from the Mets back to the Astros. So the Astros get Justin Verlander. Now they can pair him up with Framber Valdez and some of their other young pitchers like J.P. France, and they could try to match the Texas Rangers for the rest of the year in the AL West. Jamie, I mean, I'm not going to look. We've never been a part of a deadline. We don't know what is all entailed. From a radio standpoint, we have.
Okay.
Making the phone calls, actually doing the transactions.
Oh, you mean
not
baseball
so
deadline?
Yeah.
Sounds like
baseball.
Anthony, I was traded at the deadline one time.
You were, Jamie. I
experienced a lot of deadlines.
Jamie, that's my fault. I didn't mean to overlook your history.
It's okay.
And it's okay, buddy. I know that all trade deadlines can be, it'd be painful for you.
Yeah.
So I'm here for you, man.
Just brings back a lot of memories.
I know, buddy. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I mean the baseball deadline. So we've never been a part of it.
Yeah.
But Jamie, if I'm Mo, I'm hanging on to Jack Flaherty until the last second.
Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky you said that at the end. I thought you were going to end it full stop.
No,
I'm hanging on to Jack Flaherty.
Oh, 5 o'clock's the deadline.
Anthony.
I'm waiting these teams out.
Well, they're starting to fall one by one.
Mm-hmm.
What was I looking at here? Somebody else just made a trade. It was another pitcher that got traded as well. So it looks like they're making their way through whatever pitchers are left until, they get to Jack Flaherty. Jack Flaherty's got to be in the on-deck circle here somewhere.
Michael Lorenzen.
Yeah, there we go. He just got traded.
To the Phillies.
Okay.
So I think that teams are going to start calling more on Jack Flaherty.
I do too.
Especially teams that are sitting there and the music's starting to get lower and lower and they don't have a chair.
This is what we were talking about a week ago, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
So what has happened? Shohei Ohtani was not even put on the market.
No.
Lucas Giolito went first. Max Scherzer went. Justin Verlander went. Now you have Michael Lorenzen. Eduardo Rodriguez of the Tigers is another name that has been tossed around. I imagine he gets dealt. Lance Lynn was also dealt. So if you want...
Rich Hill.
Rich Hill. Aaron Savali yesterday was dealt. So you had kind of a smattering of things, right? You could get the guy that is, Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, somebody that is going to start one of your 2 first games in the playoffs. All right. Mm-hmm. Giolito, same deal if the Angels make it there. Lance Lynn, somebody that can eat some innings for you if you're the Dodgers and you're in and you've got a bunch of injuries. Michael Lorenzen kind of fills a similar role for the Phillies. What's left? If you're a contender or you want to be a contender, you want to stay in contention.
Those teams that still need pitching.
Okay, so let's look at this.
Like contending teams that still need pitching.
Let's.
And what do they have to offer? Because contending teams aren't just sitting there going to be like, as we acquire your guy, we're emptying the cupboards too.
Right. Baltimore is a team that could use another pitcher. The Tampa Bay Rays already got Savali. The Toronto Blue Jays are fine as of right now. I don't know what Boston and the Yankees are going to do. They could use pitching, but I don't think that they're in on a rental like Jack Flaherty. In fact, if either of those teams acquire Flaherty, I'd actually be kind of concerned. To me, we want to hear when Flaherty's trade is announced. We want to hear the Orioles. We want to hear the Giants. The Giants are another team that needs pitching, that could add pitching. If the Diamondbacks, who made a big move yesterday for a reliever, if they're serious, the Diamondbacks could be a team.
But who out of these teams that you're naming right now has something that will legitimately help the Cardinals?
I think the Giants' prospects are probably the best.
Yeah, because if the Orioles had...
I'm sorry, the Orioles number one, then the Giants.
But not pitching. Because if the Orioles had pitching, it'd be in the majors, because that's what they need right now.
Very true. So you're looking at, but you can say that same thing about the Giants, too.
Okay. So, I'll say the same thing about the Giants. So are those two teams then that you circle? Because you're trying to get pitching back.
I think those are two teams that you still circle because you're hoping for cost control to pitching. That's what you're doing when you're parlaying a rental. Mm-hmm. So even though you're trading pitching for pitching, what you're really doing is trading the expiring contract of Flaherty for cost controlled. So I wouldn't eliminate. In other words, I wouldn't eliminate the Orioles or the Giants or the Diamondbacks.
Who's got a better talent pool of prospects?
The Orioles overall.
Pitching wise too?
Oh, just overall. Yeah. The Giants.
I know they have better prospects overall because they were bad for a longer period of time. Mm-hmm. But I don't know about their pitching prospects because that's really all that I care about at this point.
So the Giants got a kid in Kyle Harrison that you're not going to get. Like he's their top guy. But after that, they've got a left-hander in Double-A, Wisenhunt. They've got Crawford, Black, Silva, Roop, Winn. You've got a bunch of pitchers within the Giants organization that rank either somewhere in the top 11 for them. And every guy is either in AAA or Double-A. So I think the Giants make the most sense for Jack Flaherty. Maybe you package up Tyler O'Neill too. I mean, that's a team that would love to add some pop.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's Carlson.
That'd be tough though. Now that's tougher. You better make sure you're getting back some of those top ones at that point.
We heard Craig Mish when we came back. He said it could be a name that we're not really talking about. Who do you think he could be referring to?
I mean, a Cardinals player?
Yeah.
Well,
that could get dealt.
Nootbaar.
That we're not talking about. You think it's Lars Nootbaar?
Tommy Edman?
I think a deal like that is going to be made in the offseason. Mm-hmm. I think Mo is going to look at this situation and say, all right, let me part with Jack Flaherty, and then we'll get to the offseason, and then we'll go from there. And we'll look at what the return could be for Lars Nootbaar, what the return could be for Tommy Edman, what the return might be for if he holds on to Tyler O'Neill, and he makes an off-season trade. You don't have to do anything at the deadline outside of get something for your expiring contracts. So far, yes.
Would you lose out on getting more from that return because of them not being traded and having that half season to help a team in the postseason, though?
Are you talking about the like O'Neill?
Yeah, or Nootbaar or Edman.
It's a good question. If I'm another team, I still have cost certainty with those guys.
Right.
Tyler O'Neill for a full year. Nootbaar for several years. Mm-hmm. Edman for several years. I'm not saying the Cardinals will trade these guys, but we just had a conversation about freeing up some of those outfield spots.
Right.
I would imagine you're going to get pitching for one of those guys or a package of those guys. So maybe it's a situation where, Doug Armstrong kind of did this. He kind of simultaneously did it, but he got rid of the expiring contracts because he knew it was a down season. It made no sense to hold on to Vladimir Tarasenko, Ryan O'Reilly, Ivan Barbashev, Nola Chari. Who else am I missing? Mikula. No sense hanging on to those guys. So he got what he could for those guys. And then he started to make moves for Verana and Kasperi Kapanen. I wonder if Mo is going to do something similar. First trade the expiring deals, then circle back in the offseason and really free up some of the outfield spots while also getting pitching simultaneously. We'll find out. Deadline's at 5 o'clock. We'll keep you updated. The latest trade was involving the Phillies and the Tigers, according to ESPN and Jeff Passan. The Phillies are acquiring Michael Lorenzen. We're waiting to hear on the on a potential Jack Flaherty trade, if the Cardinals are going to deal anybody else. And I think Eduardo Rodriguez is the only other guy that, from a pitching standpoint, is going to get dealt at the deadline. But who knows? We got the deadline coming up in a couple of hours. It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. Now that you traded Paul DeJong, it's Masyn Winn time, right? Let's go. That's next on 101 ESPN.
Gentlemen, listen up. Low testosterone is a real thing, and I didn't realize that I was low in testosterone. I just thought, oh, yeah, I'm busy, I'm tired, I'm irritable, I'm not losing the weight I want to, I'm not getting the gains in the gym. I just chalked it up to just too busy. Boy, was I wrong. That's why I stopped by Mentality out in West County. My guy Anthony came with me. We sat down with a board-certified physician who walked me through everything. I got the blood panel, and there it is, low testosterone, deficient in a couple other vitamins. But since I've been on a program from Mentality, everything has changed. The way I feel, the way I look, just my alertness, everything. It's made dramatic changes to both of us.
Well, I mean, Jamie, you were talking about beforehand. I saw it firsthand with you. You were more energetic. You were more focused. You had worked out again. Like you had this new direction. And you had said, like you noted, hey, come down with me, see what this is all about. And you describe it kind of as a clubhouse feel, where it's like, all right, everybody's there to accomplish one thing. Almost kind of get their lives back in some way, shape, or form. So if you're feeling, as Jamie noted, if you're feeling down, if you're feeling depressed, you're feeling moody, you're feeling like, man, I can't do anything, I'm tired all the time, whatever your story is, just head down to Mentality. 2 locations, one in West County, one in South County. Talk to their board-certified experts. They're going to help you out.
Yeah, they can treat you like family. They want to take care of you. They want you to be the best version of you. And all you have to do is get in there and tell them that Anthony and Jamie sent you in. If you can't get there in person, get there online. Visit lowtusa.com. Again, that's Mentality at lowtusa.com.
McNider, his first pitch is cut on. Belts it towards center. At the wall, and it's gone! First pitch of the first, and Winn belts it out.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and bring him up, and we can see that at Busch Stadium. Everybody good with that?
Anthony, what is it about his game that you think would translate to the major league level?
Oh, I don't know, Jamie. His elite glove and arm, his ability to use the entire field offensively, his speed, got a little power production as well. He looks like, for all intents and purposes, again, guy that's never made it to the big league level, but from a prospect standpoint, Jamie, he looks like he's got all the tools necessary to succeed at the big league level at some point.
He might even be able to take a spot in your rotation for the rest of the year.
Oh, Jamie, come on. He's not stretched out, but let's get him stretched out so he can.
Maybe closer?
Yeah.
Do I hear closer?
Jamie, what would be the reason to not bring him up now that Paul DeYoung's a Blue Jay?
I don't have one.
Yeah.
I really don't. Like,
Same.
if Tommy Edman was 100% healthy and that was your pivot, going to go back to Edman at shortstop? Mm-hmm. Okay, fine, I guess. Can Masyn Winn play center field? Probably. I know you don't want to hear that, but I just want him in the lineup.
Yeah.
With Brendan Donovan, the uncertainty over whether he can play in the field at all again this season or not.
It doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't sound like it. So if I'm the Cardinals, here's the way I look at it. Tommy Edman is on the IL. Brendan Donovan is 1 foot into the IL because he can only hit. He can't field. Let them go get healthy. Hey, Brendan Donovan, you're out of the lineup. Go get surgery. Go do what you have to. Your future at the Cardinals not in jeopardy. Go get healthy. If it's not surgery, take a month. Masyn Winn, you're in. You're in. That's it. Tommy Edman, take your time. And if you need to give Masyn Winn a breather every now and then, because it is the big leagues and it's a big change, Tommy Edman goes in at shortstop once he's healthy again. Yeah. Takes a couple games here, a couple games there.
Not a bad call. But, assuming they're good with it.
Like, why would you continue to roll out Donovan, who's hurt? Like, at this point, there's no point at all.
I mean, again, if he's not okay with it, then you have a little bit of an issue when it comes to, I guess, telling a guy that he can't play. But regardless of that, having Masyn Winn come up now to get him some big league time and get him prepared for the offseason. I mean, you think about it this way, Jamie. Nolan Gorman got a pretty significant run last year. It's not like he got called up at the end of the year. Wasn't just a cup of coffee. He was here for most of the season. Now, he didn't play all the time, but he was up. And at the end of the year, the Cardinals said, here you go. These are the things that we need you to work on this offseason. And he did. And he showed up in spring training, and he mashed. And he really hasn't stopped mashing outside of some skids here and there. That's the same game plan for me with Masyn Winn. Come up, get your feet wet, bat ninth, play good defense, get a taste of what the big league life is, and at the end of it, a little exit interview, Masyn, this is what we want you to work on in the offseason. But you're showing up in spring training prepared to be the starting shortstop for the St. Louis Cardinals next spring. Boom, done.
So Tommy Edman apparently has been activated from the IL today, for what it's worth.
Your draft pick next year in the event he wins Rookie of the Year. Okay, smart. That's fine. So I'll rephrase what I said about bringing up Winn right now. Okay, fine. Wait 2 weeks, play the game, cool. But what I said about him receiving that opportunity, bat ninth, everything I just said, it still applies. If you want to do that for draft pick compensation and Rookie of the Year, okay, cool. It's only 2 more weeks in a dead season.
Yeah.
Plus, we get an opportunity to see more of Taylor Motter, which I don't think that's a bad thing. Right, boys? Right? It's our guy, Taylor Motter. One of the finest shortstops to ever play in this organization, right?
Yeah. Maybe he'll take his opportunity and run with it.
That would be the worst thing. Honestly, Marsh, I could punch you just saying that.
Don't you think, though, that waiting and oh, we want the draft pick, and if he wins Rookie of the Year, I just feel like that's somewhat of like the problem that this team has.
But I understand the thought behind it, because to Anthony's point earlier about it's over, it doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter.
So why not? Right. Why not wait 2 weeks, call him up, and then if he wins Rookie of the Year, you get an extra draft pick. Why not? Who cares, Marcy?
Because he's playing his best ball right now.
And
Who's to say in 2 weeks he stinks?
But that's not the point. Like him coming up and playing well, right, Jamie? I mean, to me, it's not the point.
To me, though,
it's to get the experience. Go ahead.
In my opinion, I think if you bring him up right now, while he's hot at the plate, he's such a great ball player. You add some confidence into his game to where he thinks, okay, now I can play at the major league level, and he continues that into next season rather than bringing him up in 2 weeks. Let's say he goes on a slump, he comes in, he doesn't do all that well, and the next thing you know, he has no confidence heading into spring training.
2 weeks shouldn't make a difference, honestly.
It shouldn't, but he's a young player.
Yeah, exactly. Young players forget about yesterday quicker than older players do. I can tell you that. And I never cared. I played like crap last night. That's fine. Let's go again today.
Yeah.
As you get older, you start reading more into it. And the young guys feel like they're superstar. Yeah, they're like superheroes.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's fine. And especially if you call him up 2 weeks from now, he won't give a damn about what the heck he did in Memphis. He won't care at all.
Yeah.
Because he's up.
Correct. And I'll go right back to Gorman. Gorman struggled last year. Gorman struggled for an extended period of time. We saw flashes of the power, but he did not look anything close to the hitter that he is right now. A lot of people are like, well, trade this guy. He'll never pan out. He worked at it, and now he's part of the Cardinals foundation, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're not trading him unless you're getting an absolute haul in return.
Right. Agreed. If you're looking for what's going on with the deadline, full trade, according to ESPN sources and Jeff Passan, the Astros received Justin Verlander. The Mets received outfielder Drew Gilbert and outfielder Ryan Clifford. The Astros, I had said before, remember we were doing the fake trades, and I wanted to target the Astros because I'm like, all right, they'll have pitching. They had no pitching. What they did have in abundance was outfielders. So the Astros send two of those outfielders to the Mets in exchange for Justin Verlander, and Verlander's going to go to Houston and have another opportunity to maybe win a World Series.
One other thing to add to this Rookie of the Year thing, a couple of people in the text line brought it up, and this is true for the player himself, for Masyn Winn. He may want to wait 2 weeks because I guarantee he has some kind of a bonus in his contract if he wins Rookie of the Year.
True.
I guarantee it. So he might be like, no, I'm fine. Call me up in 2 weeks, and I'm gonna come up and tear this league apart and win an extra $500,000.
There you go. We got an interesting mic drop from Janet that we'll get into next in the Fast Line on 101 ESPN.
I'll tell you something. One thing I'm really sick of is that ever since Mo's been in charge, all we've been doing is striving for mediocrity. It's just getting boring.
All right, that's our girl Janet leaving us a mic drop. 3:01, your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. We're 2 hours away from the MLB trade deadline, and we will keep you updated on that. Right now, John Morosi tweeted out that Eduardo Rodriguez and Jack Flaherty have strong markets with a little more than 2 hours left at the deadline. Dodgers, Braves, Reds, Orioles, Marlins, D-backs, all looking at rotation upgrades. Again, according to John Morosi of MLB Network. Now, Marsh, you had a question based off of Janet's thoughts on the mic drop.
Yeah, so basically, she points out that it's boring. The lack of excitement with this roster, and so I sort of posed the question: does John Mozeliak need to construct an exciting roster that fans can get up for next season? You look at a team like the Braves; their whole lineup is just full of exciting players.
Right.
The Cardinals, they have cornerstone players. They have good players, but they're not necessarily exciting.
So, I agree. I agree. This can be a very boring team. Not a lot of flash. Kind of fits the Cardinals' identity, all that. But I would say this. Why are the Braves exciting?
Because they have good ball players.
They got good ball players and win.
They do win.
So, I don't know if the anger from Cardinals fans over the last couple of years stems from the team being boring as much as that they still can't match up with the top dogs in the National League.
Right. And why is that?
Because you stop short constantly of adding to your roster. Mm-hmm. So is that exciting? Like, do they need to add exciting players? No, they need to add better players. But also players that are going to make a complete roster. I think that is a huge issue with the Cardinals. Mm-hmm. I don't think, and we've talked about this a little bit before, I don't think the Cardinals have built a team. I think they've done an okay job of collecting some talent, and then when they feel like they have enough and they filled out the roster, they're good. And that's it. They stop. Hit the brakes, emergency, we're good. We needed a catcher. We found a catcher. We're fine. Got enough pitchers on the roster. We're good. Well, did you try to upgrade the pitchers, or did you just say, you're fine now? Have they been building a complete roster? The answer is no. I think they've done a nice job with the offense. I think they've built a complete offense. It's not going to score 9 runs a game. No offense is. But this is an offense I can challenge with most in the National League.
Cardinals?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
But you have not built, obviously, a successful roster. You've not built a successful team. You've collected talent, you've filled spots, and then you've put your heels on the desk and said, okay, we're good. Here we go. And then when you lose in October, it's like, boy, wow, ball didn't bounce our way. No, you didn't have the best roster. You weren't close. I mean, last year, if you look at the teams last year in the playoffs, where did that roster rank for you guys? Braves, Dodgers, Phillies.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about wins, loss. I'm talking about the roster.
Yeah, tough call.
I think they're probably toward the bottom.
I think this year's roster is actually better.
In some ways, it is.
We all thought it was at the beginning of the season.
Yeah,
we all thought it was.
With the emergence of Arenado now as a consistent bat, and Donovan taking steps forward, like this roster to me is better.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, save for the pitching. Obviously.
We did get a question though, because we look at this roster now, and pitching has obviously been this team's downfall. And do we expect Mo to go out and get that number one guy that this team needs? We got a text from the 217 earlier. Hey, you guys started to think, have you guys started to think about the Mets? And the Mets will need 2 to 3 starters now for 2024.
Yeah,
and they'll blow away any offer the Cardinals make.
Yep.
There goes that plan. I don't want to hear the names Nola, Snell, on these airwaves again.
I honestly, I don't blame you. And Jamie gets very upset with me, and we have to talk about it. We talk about it in the office. We talk about it on air. We talk about it in our therapy sessions, Jamie. I know that I can't bring up. I've been trying to get you to realize that Aaron Nola and Blake Snell are not going to be available to the Cardinals. And I feel like that's the source of our biggest issue.
They'll be available. It's whether or not the Cardinals want to participate.
Yeah. Even if they want to. My buddy Travis says the White Sox have exciting players, but in the same spot as the Cardinals. He's right. Luis Robert's exciting. Eloy Jimenez, when healthy, is exciting. They had a good young pitching staff, one that I thought was going to be, sneaky good. And I had the White Sox, I think, in the World Series because of that pitching staff. And they're in the same spot as the Cardinals, as Travis pointed out. So, what are you going to do? Who's ready for this?
Let me ask you this.
No, Paul DeYoung's not in the lineup.
Will the lineup still be the same come game time?
That's a good question. I'm going to say yes.
All right.
I'm going to say yes on that. That's a really good question, though. What do you say? What do you think?
Well, it depends who's in the lineup. I'll be able to tell you, once we finish this and we get through it, if there's certain guys that are not in the lineup, then maybe that's strategic.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. You're certainly not going to risk. If Dylan Carlson is someone that you're fielding calls on, Alec Burleson is someone you're fielding calls on, Tommy Edman or whoever else that you might be.
Yeah,
you're not putting them in the. You're not twisting an ankle or whatever.
It's like Jamer Candelario for the Nationals. He was in the lineup yesterday. He got traded right before the game. But he wasn't. They'd released the lineup, and the manager, David Martinez, said, yeah, this is the time of year where certain guys just got to be held out. So, good question. All right, so let's play. You've got Pablo Lopez, right-hander for the Minnesota Twins tonight as the Twins and Cardinals open up a new series at Busch Stadium. Lopez, a right-hander, Jamie. So who do you think is leading off?
Oh, the savior. Lars Nootbaar.
I agree.
Yeah.
Show us the savior.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm grinding.
All right.
Well, Paul Goldschmidt. Show us Paul Goldschmidt.
Yukon Cornelius.
I wonder if he's out.
No.
Gold!
Yeah.
Rich with gold! Gold!
All right. So, I think it's probably going to be some combination, these next two, of 3-4 will be Contreras or Arenado or Arenado-Contreras.
So you don't have any thought of Gorman in there?
No.
Okay. Well, Arenado's been batting third here for, I feel like, quite a bit.
That's what I was thinking.
I'd go with Nolan Arenado.
Show us Nolan Arenado.
Oh, yeah. Harsh, but true.
Now I think it's Contreras.
All right. I'm fine with it.
All right. Show us Wilson Contreras.
This one goes out to all the big willies.
Wilson, are you naked?
No, Tim, I'm wearing a hat.
It's a pretty funny line.
It's
the way he delivers that. All right. So, fifth. This can be tricky. If O'Neill's getting dealt, he might not be in the lineup.
Where do you have Gorman in this lineup? Because he's in this lineup. If he's not, like, why wouldn't he be?
I feel like this has been O'Neill Walker of late. And Gorman has been batting down further in the lineup.
Okay.
Well, what do you think? It's a team effort.
Yeah. I don't know. See, I'm torn here between what I think they'll do and what I would do.
I don't think it's Gorman fifth.
I would put him there. I don't think he's there.
I'm with you from that standpoint of Gorman makes sense as a fifth hitter, 5-hole hitter, but
it's probably Tyler O'Neill.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Tyler O'Neill's dealt?
No, I think that they value him way too much.
Show us Tyler O'Neill. You just answer the question.
Yeah.
My fingers hurt.
Yep.
Oh, well, now your back's going to hurt because you just pull landscaping duties.
So he's not getting dealt.
There's no chance because he could pull a hamstring walking out onto the field. So forget it.
He's the one you would bubble wrap him for tonight.
I tell him to stay home.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't leave your house, your
Nothing.
apartment. Yeah. Okay. Now, 6, Gorman or Walker?
I feel like this should be Gorman, but that means they'd probably go with Walker. Walker's been in the 7-8 all year long, like in that area. I mean, he's had a couple of jumps up in the lineup, but as far as consistency goes, he's been that 7-8 hitter, where Gorman, when he's not batting in the top 3, he's been at the 6th spot.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
I think this is Walker.
I'm with you, Anthony. Go ahead.
All right. Show us Jordan Walker.
Walk it like it's hot. Walk it like it's hot.
Here we go. Now, do you think it's Gorman? All right.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Go for it.
Show us that Storm and Gorman.
No.
Now I'm getting a little nervous, Jamie. Now I'm getting a little nervous.
Who's playing second base? Where's Tommy Edman? Where's our guy Tommy Edman? He's got to be activated from the IL. He's got to be in the lineup. No?
9th.
Okay, what about Taylor Motter? Because if you're not playing Gorman, you got to play Motter because Donovan's not an option.
Yeah.
So I would go
Or Burleson.
Could be Burleson, but then it's got to be Motter, Edman.
Yeah.
All right. Show us that big burly Burleson.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with that. All right.
Why would you not have Tommy Edman here?
Okay.
Just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, because you're like...
I forgot about Motter. Honestly.
Okay, well, that's
why I had Edmund 9th.
It's all right. Gotta forgive you for that one.
Yeah.
Show us Tommy Edman.
There you go.
There it
Okay,
is.
nice.
I just was
Good
like,
job.
I thought you had some reasoning
Yeah, my reasoning was that I forgot.
that Tyler Motter existed.
Yeah, yes.
Taylor
Motter.
Motter. Son of a...
We'll get the name down.
All right, so now, though...
No, good call.
Now you've got to have... do you have Kisner in here?
Who's playing second base?
It's Motter.
Who's playing short? Edmund?
Edman.
All right.
Edman was playing short in Memphis with his rehab stint.
Okay. So Edmund at short.
I think it's Kisner or Motter. I think Contreras
Okay.
is the DH.
Go
today.
for it. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I mean, Kisner had a really nice day on Sunday. Kisner's actually been pretty good lately.
He's been really good. Controversy. Show us Andrew Kisner.
You're wrong.
Yeah, there it is. All right, so let's see here. We got Newt. Oh, is it Dylan Carlson?
I think you got your outfielders. You got Newt, you got O'Neill, you got Walker. Wow. You need a second baseman.
Taylor Motter. But you also...
Gorman.
Oh, you think Gorman's an 8?
I don't, but why wouldn't you have Gorman second?
Then okay.
Or playing second, I
so
guess.
then who's 9th? What are we missing?
We're missing... We're missing a second baseman.
Yeah.
And we're missing a...
DH. Or catcher. Okay, show us Nolan Gorman.
What a shame.
Dude, Gorman's not in this lineup.
Motter? Just what the hell?
Motter, yeah. Show us Motter.
Show us Taylor Motter.
Because you have to have somebody play second. So Motter. Show us Motter. I didn't know what that meant.
That was Army's crazy sick laugh.
I know, but I didn't know if he was laughing at us because we got another pick wrong.
No. All right. So now, who's batting 9th? Kisner?
Yeah. Yeah, because you got a second baseman. You need a DH. Yeah.
Show us Andrew Kisner.
You are so wrong.
Carlson.
Dylan Carlson.
And then one of your outfielders is a DH. Maybe Walker's the DH tonight.
Maybe O'Neill. So they don't want him running too much.
Sure. Carlson?
Yeah.
All right, show us Dylan Carlson. Oh, man.
Man, that was ugly.
Well, it's ugly at the end. We've got the first 6 right, and then things went.
I have to hear this. Marshy, run it for us, please.
All right. Let's look at this. Leading off, right fielder Lars Taylor Tatsui, Newt Bar. Batting second, first baseman Paul Goldschmidt. Batting third baseman Nolan Arenado. The cleanup hitter, catcher Wilson Contreras. Batting 5th, left fielder Tyler O'Neill. Batting 6th, the DH Jordan Walker. Batting 7th, the shortstop Tommy Edman. Batting 8th, the second baseman Taylor Motter. And batting 9th, the center fielder Dylan Carlson.
Woof.
Okay. Maybe Gorman's still dealing with something.
What I just saw!
Home run.
All right, Marsh, what about those standings, kid?
Yeah, Jamie's still in the lead, 7.
Wow, 7?
7. I still have 2. Stalter at 4.
Wow, Jamie. Go for it, kid. Show us how it's done.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, right.
My brain is thinking about why Nolan Gorman is not in this lineup.
His back is hurting him. He's not getting traded.
Against a right-handed pitcher, why the hell would you have Tyler Motter in at second instead of Nolan Gorman?
Gorman's back is hurting him.
Bull spit. All right.
That's what I'm hoping for, at least.
Yeah. Okay, so my home run guy here. Man, I think it's Paul Goldschmidt today. RL Chalk for me today, guys.
Yeah, it's a good call on that one. Just give me Nolan Arenado.
Who?
Nolan Arenado, please.
I'm going to go with Lars Nootbaar. He's been hitting a lot of home runs by a lot, I think like 2 from that leadoff spot. He's been pretty aggressive lately on the first pitches. So Lars Nootbaar is my guy.
What?
The snark in your face.
You know what? Honestly, it's not even snark at this point. It is flat. I don't care. This is where we're at. It is I don't care. And I hate that because it's August 1st today, guys.
We had a great question from the 434. Where's that, by the way?
St. Paul, Minnesota.
You think?
Mm-hmm. No, it's not.
I think it's from Wyoming. Anyways, they say, who takes Motter's spot in the lineup when he's traded for Dylan Cease?
That's a great question. We'll get into that next. Now we'll do something. We'll update you on the trade deadline. Talk a little bit more about the Paul DeJong trade, and this is what we call a no huddle.
That's
show
the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Anthony. Well, thank you for listening in the Commonwealth of Virginia. More Cardinals trade stuff next on 101 ESPN.
Prospects are not going to help the Cardinals. They're definitely not going to help the Cardinals win in 24, and that's what they need to do. They should have been in on a Max Scherzer or a Verlander, that type of deal. They should have tried to make more deals with the Mets. Maybe even, kick the tires on the Padres. Padres aren't sellers, okay. The Cardinals should have been more on that type of deal. The prospects, yeah, okay, you get rid of DeYoung. They're still not going to bring up Masyn Winn until like September 1st anyway. You've probably been better off if you traded Jack and kept Montgomery. It looks like it's going to be the other way around. You play to win the games. It's not been a great season, but you still have chances to win 82 games, 81 games.
With all due respect, Vic, what does it matter if you win 81 games and finish in 4th or 3rd compared to winning the division? I mean, I could be completely off in my line of thinking, and maybe I misheard Vic. But to hang on to Montgomery, knowing you may not re-sign him, or just be able to re-sign him, makes no sense to me. I understand the thought process of prospects aren't going to help you next year. I'll concede that point, Vic. You're right. Prospects are not going to help you next year. What does that have to do with maximizing the value of expiring contracts, though? To hang on to Flaherty for the rest of the year to win 82 games or 79 games compared to 77, I'm sorry, does nothing for me. And it shouldn't do anything for you as a fan. You have to, at some point, you have to expire for more, right? Aspire.
Yeah.
Aspire for more.
Hopefully you're not expiring.
Hopefully you're not expiring as you try to aspire for more. So, do I have that wrong? I mean, I don't.
No, you're right, Anthony. But this is what I'll say about Vic and maybe some other people out there listening. They're passionate Cardinals fans. They want to win.
I get that.
They want to win every year. They don't like the idea. One, they're not used to the idea of losing, quote unquote, on purpose. Mm-hmm. Two, they're not used to not being in the conversation, playing meaningful games come September. So it's difficult to wrap your brain around the thought of, well, it's okay to lose. Who cares? Like, I don't like the idea of it either, but I understand the flip side of it. I understand why the ugly has to happen before the good comes. And this is where you're at right now. The ugly has to happen. You have to get rid of some of your best players.
Yeah.
Some of the guys you thought were going to help you win a division this year, got to go. Mm-hmm. Got to go. And these prospects, although not all of them will help you next year, there's a potential of one or two helping you next year, along with your homegrown talent.
Yeah.
Like this is what you aspire to have, is the youth that comes in and makes an impact on your roster.
Right.
So I understand your thought process of not, like who cares, right? But I also understand the flip side of it, of people who want to go to the ballpark or want to turn the TV on every night and watch a competitive ball team as well.
Your team failed you.
They did.
That would be my response.
They did. And
your team failed you.
Are learning to cope with it because it's not something that's regular.
And Jamie, maybe I should be more sensitive to it. I think you're
probably
you're bringing out you bring out good points. Your team failed you. Don't reward them by continuing to go to the ballpark and root on players that aren't going to be here next year anyways, and then you don't get anything for them? That doesn't make any damn sense to me. Furthermore, the biggest currency in all of baseball for every team is starting pitching. Either in your organization, hopefully at the big league level, which you don't have, and that's another point I'll concede to Vic. And anybody else is saying, why are these players aren't going to help you next year? You're right. You're going to have to do a lot of work in the offseason. I mean, a lot of work if you want to contend in 2024. But if you don't have pitching, Jamie, within your farm system either, how are you going to build either a successful rotation in the future or trade some of these pieces to get something that you need that will be more immediate? All you're doing, and I sound like a broken record here, but all you're doing is exchanging expiring contracts for cost certainty, i.e. young pitching. And then what you could do for that cost certainty is trade it for immediacy. So group some of these guys for what you need for 2024. It builds from there. What I can't do is hang on to Jordan Montgomery and Jack Flaherty and Paul DeJong because I want to finish in third instead of fourth. Again, that makes no sense to me. But I understand the thought process of you're a Cardinals fan, you're passionate, and you don't want to see the team lose. I get it. Your team failed you. I'll be your therapist here. Your team failed you. They didn't do right by you this year. What they can do is do right by you moving forward. Trading assets that you have for something you don't have, which is young pitching.
Yeah, I agree.
Just my thought.
Look, there's a lot of work to be done still before the trade deadline today and in the offseason specifically.
Yes.
I don't know what the path is to get there. I'd like to believe that 2024 is going to be a competitive season for the Cardinals. But with the extreme lack of depth at the pitching position, it's a scary place right now. And if you're a Cardinals fan, you're looking at this, people are smart. They see two guys in the rotation next year and no other sure things.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. Well, again, a lot of work to do. You still got an offseason. All right, it's a fast lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter. And when I say you still have an offseason, I'm not saying you still have an offseason to get Aaron Nola. You're not, but...
Anthony, stop.
Yeah. All right. We want to play fill in the blank a little bit later on. So if you have a fill in the blank, you text in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Again, we're going to play fill in the blank a little bit later on. But the Cardinals, if they are going to be a World Series contender at some point in the near future, do they have to get more uncomfortable than what they have in previous years? Marsh had a thought on this that I thought was interesting. That's next on 101 ESPN.
The U.S. women's soccer team is taking on the world. And, Anthony, you can take home bonus bets every time they win with FanDuel. Right now, new customers get a $100 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's right, it's guaranteed. Plus, Anthony, another $10 in bonus bets for every Team USA win.
Yeah, so all you have to do on this is go to FanDuel.com/fast, sign up between now and August 3rd, so you get a couple of days, but why don't you just go ahead and sign up right now. Again, FanDuel.com/fast, sign up between now and August 3rd, then place your first $5 bet to unlock your bonus bets. That way, you'll be set up to bet on everything from total goals to player props, all tournament long. You're going to love it. It's all available at FanDuel. The app, safe, secure, super easy to use, and they have all the odds. It's fantastic. Tell them the rest, BT.
towards center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Earlier today, the Cardinals traded Paul DeJong to the Toronto Blue Jays for right-handed pitcher Matt Swanson. The Cardinals will be in action tonight, taking on the Minnesota Twins. 6:45 first pitch. We'll continue to talk about Major League Baseball's trade deadline throughout the remainder of the show as the deadline ends at 5 o'clock local time. We also need a new Gauntlet contestant, so text us to the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646 for your chance to take on Jamie Rivers, myself, or the Anthony Stalter. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
As Marsh just noted, if you want to participate in the Gauntlet, make sure you text in right now. Gauntlet 314-399-9646. You have an opportunity to take on one of us. We do need a new Gauntlet contestant. Speaking of Marshy, he had said something to us in the office about the Cardinals needing to get uncomfortable. And you, Marsh, thought of a specific team. Before Justin Verlander was traded to the Astros, there was rumors that he could go to a different team. And this is that team that is willing to take the sledgehammer to the fly.
Yeah, it's the Atlanta Braves. We talked about them not too long ago, a few segments ago, and they're just a team that is absolutely stacked right now. To me, I think they could roll out the team they have right now and win the pennant. Just my opinion. But they were in on Justin Verlander, trying to make their team better. And even if the Cardinals were in a spot to be buyers at the deadline, they through their track record, they've never been a team to make that bold move to put them over the edge. I just feel like they're way too passive when it comes to like going out and getting high quality players to be the best team in the league, not just the best team in their division.
Yeah. So are we isolating this to pitchers or players?
Players.
Because
both.
I think it's players.
Yeah.
You got two pretty good guys in the infield. You got Goldschmidt and Arenado. Those are two pretty big players.
Okay, the Braves have those two players already and like 6 others.
Yeah. I think what Marsh is talking about is that when you do have a contender, a legit contender, what do you do to put yourself over the top? I think the Cardinals are
become the Mets. Is that what we're wanting?
No.
Because the Braves did it right. So using the Braves,
for sure.
Listen, I'll give you full props for that. But not everybody is the Braves. There are a lot of teams out there that have overspent monetarily and prospect and player-wise for players that they think are as a sledgehammer killing the housefly, and they're selling right now at the deadline, and they're nowhere near a division.
You think Brandon Nimmo is a sledgehammer-type player?
No.
His price tag is.
That's why that team is terrible.
Which, to your point, the Mets are.
I know, but
they don't spend smart.
So you're actually solidifying what I'm saying, because you're talking about the Cardinals just going for it right now in Major League Baseball.
Not right now, when you have a contender.
Okay, going for it right in this era is overspending. So the Cardinals will, and I'll give you this. You're right, they don't. But the Cardinals would have to go and overspend to kill the housefly with a sledgehammer. So they'd have to hand out the Brandon Nimmo contract in order to get a Brandon Nimmo if they needed him.
I think what Marsh is saying is actually get players that are going to make a difference, like Justin Verlander.
But the price tag.
Right.
The Cardinals aren't going to do that.
So you have to get uncomfortable.
I understand that. But did Justin Verlander turn you into contender right now?
No, not right now. Not right now. The Cardinals are not a contender right now. When they are a contender, will they be willing to go up and over the top? The Braves don't need anything.
In order to become a contender, the Cardinals are going to have to overspend to get there. They're not just going to become a contender by riding it out with the players they have currently.
Agreed, but when they do eventually become a contender again.
And how do they do that?
To me?
Yeah, how do the Cardinals become a contender?
Sound drafting, developing, and actually making some savvy moves and trades.
I mean, look at the Braves lineup. Matt Olson, they didn't, they traded for him. Did they not?
They did, but
then they extended him.
Who's the foundation for the Braves?
Ronald Acuna Jr.
Acuna, international free agent.
100%.
Ozzie Albies, international free agent, I think. Austin Riley was a draft. He came up, they drafted him. Max Fried, they drafted him. Michael Harris, they drafted him. They didn't spend a bunch on Ozuna. They brought in him.
Traded for Sean Murphy.
When they won the World Series, they had Freddie Freeman. They drafted Freddie Freeman. They replaced him with Matt Olson.
Right.
They acquired Sean Murphy, but they already had the 5 guys I mentioned beforehand. This is how you build a winner. You don't do it, James, to your point, by the way the Mets did it, which is the same way the Padres have done it. The Mets have done it through free agency. The Padres have done it through free agency and trades.
But I think that's
you do it through the Braves, the Braves, the Dodgers, the Astros. That's how you do it.
I agree. But I think the danger of it is being way too overreactionary, and then by default, by accident, you become the Padres and the Mets. Because you're going for it, and big dollars equates to going for it.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful. That's all I'm saying, is you can't just get out there and say, well, we need the Cardinals in on every free agent. We need them in on all the big dollar stuff. We need to overspend on player X, Y, or Z. That's where your talent evaluation comes in. That's where your scouts and knowing players properly. If you're going to overspend for a guy, financially that is, you better be damn sure he's going to help your team. Not just because the back of his card says, oh, he's a pretty good player, and all these other teams are going for it.
Right.
So we need to.
I think to Marsh's bigger point, though, it is about being uncomfortable when you know you are getting closer to the goal line.
Yeah, well, that's never going to happen here in Cardinal Nation.
You're right, and I think that's part of the issue. I think that's
totally.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, Marsh, but I think that's what you're saying.
In his mouth.
I'm not. I won't. I promise.
Especially words.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So when it comes to the Cardinals, if the Cardinals had the Braves roster, they would never try to go after Verlander because they'd be set. They'd be set. To me, I've used this analogy before. They're the grocery shopping team. What do we need? Go to the grocery store. We'll check it off. Then we're good. They're not trying to improve themselves. They're just trying to fill needs at all times. Yeah. Go to the offseason. They're just trying to fill needs. How many? I guarantee
they need a total change of philosophy is what they need then. They need a new...
I'm with you.
I'm not calling for anybody's job right now. Maybe you get another person involved. Maybe you add a person without subtracting a person. But you need somebody out there that has a way different vision as to how this Cardinals team needs to be put together.
Wow.
Or the ownership needs to back away and say, guess what? We're not signing off on anything anymore. You've got the checkbook. You go and either earn yourself a 5-year extension as a GM and Pobo, or you earn yourself a chance to get fired. Somebody somewhere down there is getting in the way.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I mean, it's true, though. Somewhere in the pecking order, someone is in the way with the wrong philosophy.
You're right. It's a great way to put it.
I think that's the problem, is the philosophy has been basically the same for X amount of years now, and at some point you need to change the way you think because the game is changing. The Cardinals have not changed as they've seen all these other teams pass them by.
I think the last thing that you said there was the key. The Cardinals' philosophy is not unlike other teams. Other teams are just executing better. There are other teams that also like to use a multitude of players in different ways. We make fun of the Cardinals for doing it because they're not winning right now.
We applaud the Dodgers, though.
We applaud the Dodgers for doing it because they're doing it right. We applaud the Rays, who have always mixed and matched and lefties and righties. The Giants, 2 different freaking rosters, 108 wins, and are still and are in playoff contention again after 1 year, after a hiccup last year. Other teams have a similar philosophy. They're doing it better, and they have been doing it better for a while now. The Cardinals aren't the only team that's trying to draft, develop. the Rays, the Dodgers, the Astros, the Braves, they're just doing it better. So, Jamie, I agree. I don't think spending big and just having this free-for-all sale works. Phillies have shown thus far it's not working. The Mets have shown it doesn't work. The Padres have shown it doesn't work. Other teams are showing you that exact philosophy, spend at all cost, try to get the best talent at all time, it usually doesn't work. The return on investment's pretty weak. But other teams, to Marsh's point about the philosophy, other teams are just executing better.
Well, and you don't have to necessarily go out and get 2, 3, 4 of these big spender type players, right? The Cardinals just need to get that one guy that can help them get past just winning the division.
Mm-hmm.
And that comes down to this offseason. Are they going to get uncomfortable when it comes to trying to get an ace? Mm-hmm. Because like we stated previously, the Mets, they don't have Verlander. They don't have Scherzer anymore. Right. They need pitching. They're going to spend. They're probably going to spend. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe Steve Cohen ends up, taking something away from this year, and he decides to maybe not do that this upcoming year. But I think this team, the offense, has shown that they can score runs.
Yes.
They can score runs. The problem this year has been pitching. Are they going to get a little uncomfortable this offseason and maybe overspend for a pitcher? Maybe, maybe not. We'll end up finding out here in a few months.
Well, pitching update here, or pitcher update. Jack Flaherty was on the field warming up with all the boys and doing their thing. Marty Kilcoyne reporting that Flaherty heads back to the clubhouse. No news yet.
Probably had to go to the bathroom.
And he does go on to say that O'Neill, Edman, Carlson are all on the field getting ready for tonight's game.
All right, we'll keep you updated. The trade deadline is still an hour and 15 minutes away. Again, we'll keep you updated on what the Cardinals do. As of right now, just today, they traded Paul DeJong to the Toronto Blue Jays for a minor league prospect who is a reliever. We'll play Fill in the Blank next on 101 ESPN.
This summer is all about chilling in the water and waiting for the McDonald's app to drop tasty deals. Maybe it'll be a deal on any size fries for just $1.39. Or maybe it'll be a deal on a tasty Big Mac, delicious cookies and cream pie, and, ooh, let's see what it is. 20% off my entire order with $4 minimum purchase. Who wants Mickey D's, y'all? I'm buying. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price. Offer valid 7/1/23 to 8/31/23 at participating McDonald's. Valid once a day. Valid with product served.
I'll tell you what, selling your home can be a very stressful process. You're always wanting to get the best dollar amount for your home, want to make the most money, and you want to be able to trust your agent. That's where Gloria Liu with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty comes in. She is the best in the business. Why is she the best? Because she's already got the buyers. Gloria has thousands of ready buyers in her exclusive database, and these buyers create a higher demand and ultimately more money for you. Let's remember, too, that Gloria has mastered the home selling process and has options for every seller, from instant cash offers to where you can choose the closing date to guaranteed sales, and which is my personal favorite, where Gloria will sell your home at your agreed-upon price, or she buys it herself, and she guarantees that in handwriting. So the next thing you need to do is pick up the phone and call Gloria Liu, tell her that Jamie Rivers sent you in, and you call her at 314-325-6888. That's 314-325-6888, or you can visit gloriahasthebuyers.com. Conditions do apply. Gloria and the seller must agree on price and possession date.
All right, time to play Fill in the Blank here on 101 ESPN. If you have a fill in the blank for us, you can send it into the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646. What do you got, Marsh?
Yeah, guys, so Katie Wu just tweeted out Brendan Donovan is set to undergo season-ending surgery Wednesday. Fill in the blank. Brendan Donovan out for the remainder of the year is blank for the Cards.
Jamie, I mean, I think that you kind of pointed this out perfectly. It's actually a good thing in some respects. It's a losing season. Sorry, Vic, and some of the other Cardinals fans, but you got to realize it's a losing season. Donovan, what does Donovan do for it? What is a Donovan soaking up a DH spot do for you? Not being able to play the field. Get him healthy. If you're going to contend in 2024, you might as well get a jump on it. It also frees up a spot in the outfield where you can get guys more playing time. Carlson, Walker, things like that. So I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Get the guy healthy. What the hell you have him playing through injury for when the season is of no relevance anymore?
Right.
Get him healthy. Get him ready to go for next year. It gives you every reason to call up Masyn Winn. And there'll be games where you'll play him at shortstop. There'll be games where you might see Masyn Winn at second base. In Memphis, during Tommy Edman's rehab stint, they had him playing shortstop and Masyn Winn at second base. You can see those guys flip-flop. I don't know. Just get him the reps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad thing for Brendan Donovan. I wish he didn't have to deal with this. But at the same time, get healthy.
One thing is, and we can probably just assume that Brendan Donovan is not going to be traded. I know a lot of people thought that maybe his name would be a name that could be floated out there. So I think that sort of puts that to bed.
I think there's some. I think we got silly. Like we got into the silly season when it comes to the Cardinals. They weren't going to trade anybody that's cost controlled. Nolan Gorman was never going to be dealt. I don't think that Dylan Carlson is going to be dealt. I don't think that Donovan was ever going to be dealt. Edman was ever going to be dealt. Even if they're healthy. John Mozeliak is not going to trade cost control players. And what cost control players means, players that are under contract. He covets that more than he covets anything in life. More than bow ties.
Wow. Oh, wow.
More than loafers.
Yeah.
More than those sweaters that he can wrap around his shoulders.
It's cold, Anthony. Sometimes it gets cold.
And Jupiter?
Yeah.
He's surrounded by Dylan Carlson's cold, dead hands.
Right.
He needs that sweater.
His hands all over him. The ancestor hands. Never mind. Different guy. Go ahead.
Yeah. I will, for the sake of this question, do my own. Brendan Donovan out for the remainder of the season is bad for Anthony because the home run bet is now a loser, as the 314 pointed out.
No! Son of a...
What's that?
You got to get him healthy again, boys. Let's go.
Who's that?
Donovan. He's not going to hit 15 home runs.
Oh, that's right. I knew that.
That sucks.
Oh, Jamie. All right, guys. We mentioned it in the last segment. Martin Kilcoyne tweeted a picture of Jack Flaherty heading back to the clubhouse. No news yet, but if Jack Flaherty is traded, he will be remembered here in St. Louis for blank.
Oh, wow.
Woof. Depends who you ask, right?
I mean, I think he's going to be remembered for unfulfilled potential.
I was just thinking that.
Not because he's a bust, but because of injuries.
Yeah. What could have been?
I mean, you get a couple of guys that really could have been aces. Adam Wainwright should have passed that baton a couple of times now. Unfortunately, you still had him healthy at the end of his career and pitching well. But there's a couple of aces that came through your rotation, or should have been aces, that because of injuries they get sidetracked and they just never got back on track.
Next one here. Other than the Cards, the biggest disappointment this year has been the blank.
In Major League Baseball?
Major League Baseball.
It's got to be the Padres.
Oh, my God. The Mets.
I still think it's the Padres.
I think it's the Mets. They're $100 million over the threshold, weren't they?
but they're still New York, and you got Cohen. The Padres, I mean, could you imagine the owner right now?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hemorrhaging money. You don't have the market to do what the Padres are doing.
Apparently, the Dodgers and the Tigers had a trade in place for Eduardo Rodriguez, but Rodriguez invoked his 10-team no-trade clause that included the Dodgers.
No kidding.
The deal is now dead.
No kidding.
Jack Flaherty, line 2.
Wow. Yeah, seriously.
Why would you... Wait, he's in Detroit?
Yeah.
And he said no to going to the Dodgers?
Yeah, Detroit's they got good burgers.
No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the city of Detroit.
Yeah, they got Greek Town there. I mean, there's...
Listen, I played there. I loved my time in Detroit.
Chelly's Chili. I mean, they got
Chelly's Chili Bar, yeah.
They got some stuff.
But I don't know if you say no to the Dodgers, who clearly look like they want to go for it again.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting choice there.
By the way, the Cubs have DFA'd Trey Mancini, according to Bruce Levine.
Pick him up.
Well, pick him up. That's your guy, Anthony.
Oh, it was. I'll give you that. It was. Not anymore. He has not been good for a while now.
The expectations for the Cards organization should be blank moving forward.
Well, if they're telling you that they're gonna contend in 2024, that should be the expectation.
Define contend.
Well, the only way that we can define
winning the division.
Winning the division.
Okay. All right, but you know that there's two different ways.
This is St. Louis, where if you get in, anything is possible.
This is true.
That's what the Cardinals tell us. So those are the rules we have to live by, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
We hang divisional banners in this joint, okay? The World Series happens to come too great, but it is about winning the NL Central. Is that enough snark for you guys?
No, that's great.
Yeah, okay.
You did wonderful.
Gauntlet next on 101 ESPN. One of the things I love about the Missouri Athletic Club is they hold speaker series at the MAC, and they've got an upcoming event later this month. So now it's August, and on August 31st, they're going to have Joe Buck and Chip Carey out to their downtown spot to do a speaker series talking about broadcasting St. Louis Cardinals baseball, various guests that they're gonna speak with, but the direction, of course, of broadcasting in Cardinals baseball. But Joe Buck, Chip Carey, this is just one event that the MAC does in their speaker series. And they host events like this all the time, downtown spot. And when you're a club member, you can participate in these. And there's always something interesting at the MAC, whether it is the downtown spot or the West Clubhouse. And I just love being a club member at the MAC. It's my MAC. It's Missouri Athletic Club.
challenger. Can you master the gauntlet?
Brought to you by Master, your hometown source for business communications for more than 30 years. Visit masstour.com.
Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler with Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. We'll pause some of the MLB trade deadline stuff to talk about the Gauntlet. We'll play the Gauntlet right now. Ryan is our latest contestant. What's up, Ryan?
How you doing, sir?
Good. First time in the Gauntlet?
Yes, it is.
All right. Congratulations on getting through. Appreciate you playing today. Would you like to take on Andrew Marsh, Jamie Rivers, or the Anthony Stalter?
I'm going to have to go with Atlanta Thrashers legend, Jamie Rivers.
Yes.
Oh, nice. Jamie Rivers.
Thank you for recognizing.
There you go. Good man.
All right, hell of a stop along the way. All right, good luck, my man.
Appreciate it. You too.
There you have it, though. Ryan is going to take on Jamie Rivers. Jamie making his way into the cone of silence right now. And Ryan, you can go ahead and tell Andrew Marsh to spin that wheel.
Marsh, go ahead and spin that wheel.
What are you hoping for, Ryan?
Hockey or football, ideally.
Hockey or football. Okay, well, Jamie actually gets football a lot. He had it yesterday, and wow. It's going to be football. Football 2 days in a row. Yep, it was about to go to random, and then it stopped on football. So, Ryan, you said you feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, not too bad.
All right, here we go. Well, as you know, each question is worth 2 points unless you need the options. The options are worth 1 point. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Question number 1. Who is the all-time leading rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles? Who is the all-time leading rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Ooh, I get the options.
Sure. Is it Brian Westbrook, Wilbert Montgomery, or LaShawn McCoy?
I'm going to go with Brian Westbrook. Final answer.
Question number 2. Christian McCaffrey attended which college?
I want to say Stanford, but I'm not 100% confident, so I'm going to go with the options and see if it checks out.
Options are Kentucky, Nebraska, or Stanford.
I'm going to go with Stanford. Final answer.
Question number 3, Ryan. Former Chicago Bears running back David Montgomery signed with which team over the offseason? Ryan, you there? Oh, did we lose Ryan?
No, still on the line.
Ryan, we cannot hear you if you are talking right now, so we may have to hang up and call you back here. I don't know if this has ever happened.
He just hung up.
Okay.
I'll give him a call back.
I don't know if this has ever happened in the Gauntlet. No. All right. We might as well take the opportunity to let you know some of the other trades that have gone down. Jake Berger has just been dealt from the White Sox to the Marlins. So the Marlins continue to add while the White Sox continue to sell. If you just jumped in your car from earlier today and you didn't know, the Cardinals traded Paul DeJong to the Blue Jays for a right-handed prospect who's a reliever. And now we have Ryan back on the line. Ryan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what happened there.
That's all right, no problem. So who did you say? Former Chicago Bears running back David Montgomery signed with which team this offseason?
I was asking you to repeat the question because I lost you, so I don't have an answer yet. But
okay.
Can I do that? Should I do the options?
Sure. Chargers, Panthers, or Lions?
Oh, man. I'm going to go with the Panthers. Final answer.
Final question. The first time the Miami Dolphins won the Super Bowl back in 1973, which team did they defeat 14-7?
Oh, boy. I am not that old. Can I get the options on that one as well?
Was it the Baltimore Colts, the Minnesota Vikings, or the then Washington Redskins?
Let's go with the then Washington Redskins. Final answer.
All right, we'll bring back Jamie now from the Cone of Silence. Ryan, how you feeling?
Mediocre at best.
Okay. We'll see how Jamie does. Jamie's on the hop right now. He knows it's MLB trade deadline time, and we're now officially under an hour.
Grant was hyping me up in there.
Was he?
Yeah, he had the Boston Bruins goal song going.
Wow, that was nice
Nation.
of him. Okay.
Wow, what a trader.
That's a good song, though.
What?
Yeah, for a Bruins fan.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the off season right now. I did play for the Bruins, and one night, Anthony, I got this song to play twice in the same game.
Attaboy.
Damn, baby.
Nice job there.
You're welcome.
Well, you're going to need that hockey knowledge because today's category is football. So
I love football.
Are you ready for 2 straight days of football action, Jamie?
Hang on. I got to get ready.
Are you ready?
Let's party.
Question number 1, Jamie. Who is the all-time leading rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles?
All-time leading rusher, Anthony. That's a really good question. For the Philadelphia Eagles, too, nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. The defending NFC champion Eagles.
How about we... Let's go with the options.
Brian Westbrook, Wilbert Montgomery, LaShawn McCoy.
Westbrook. Final answer.
Question number 2. Christian McCaffrey attended which college?
Oh, yeah, that one. Well, it wasn't the University of Phoenix Online. I know that.
What are their team called? The
Jets.
The Phoenix Rising.
Phoenix Rising.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that name.
All right. Options, please.
Well, good, because I made it up.
I made it up. Go ahead. Options, please.
Options are Kentucky, Nebraska, Stanford.
That's a Stanford guy. Final answer.
All right, Jamie, question number 3.
Yeah.
Former Chicago Bears running back David Montgomery signed with which team over the offseason?
Oh, Monty. Can't believe the Bears let him get away. Let's go with the options, please.
Chargers, Panthers, Lions.
Oh. Hear me roar. Give me the Lions. Final answer.
Final question. The first time the Miami Dolphins won the Super Bowl back in 1973, which team did they defeat 14-7?
Okay, hang on. Can I hear that again, please? Sorry.
The first time the Miami Dolphins won the Super Bowl back in 1973, which team did they defeat 14-7?
Options, please.
Was it the Baltimore Colts, the Minnesota Vikings, or the then Washington Redskins?
I believe it was the then Washington Redskins. Final answer, please.
All right, let's go over these. Football is the category. Ryan chose Jamie today. Let's start off with that question. The first time the Miami Dolphins won the Super Bowl back in 1973, which team did they defeat 14-7? Ryan, you said the then Washington Redskins. Jamie, you said the then Washington Redskins. Correct answer is...
It was the then Washington Redskins.
Both of you needed the options, so we have a 1-1 tie. Christian McCaffrey attended which college? Ryan, you said Stanford. Jamie, you said Stanford. Correct answer is...
Stanford.
Both of you needed the options, so we have a 2-2 tie. Who's the all-time leading rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles? Ryan, you said Brian Westbrook. Jamie, you said Brian Westbrook. Correct answer is...
LaShawn McCoy.
LaShawn Shady McCoy.
Wow.
Was the correct answer. So we have a 2-2 tie.
Oh, boy.
You can see where this is going. Former Chicago Bears running back David Montgomery signed with which team over the offseason? Jamie, you said Hear Me Roar, the Lions. Ryan, you said Hear Me Roar, Carolina Panthers. If it's the Panthers, Ryan wins. If it's the Lions, Jamie wins. If it's the other choice, the Chargers, we got a walk-off. Ryan.
Yeah.
You have chosen poorly.
Jamie was right. It was the Detroit Lions that signed David Montgomery, former Bear, so he stays inside the division, but he is a Lion, and Jamie wins today 3-2 over Ryan. Ryan, sorry, man. Thanks for listening. Thanks for playing.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Good job, Ryan. Have a good one, bud.
You too, sir.
Thank you.
Where will Jack Flaherty be traded? Will he be traded? We are an hour until we are less than an hour to the deadline. We'll keep you updated, give you an update on what's been happening over the last 10 minutes or so at the MLB trade deadline, and dive into Jack Flaherty's potential market next on 101 ESPN. With Jamie Rivers, I'm Anthony Stalter. Our guy Stewie's on the line right now. And Stewie, I know that APR and APR financing is something that is a kind of a big topic, especially for you right now. What's going on APR-wise?
Anthony, we went ahead and canvassed 20 people and asked them, do you know what the word or the symbols APR means? And none of them could answer it to us. They say, well, we see it on our credit card. We see when we buy a car. I don't know what it is. What is it? APR is the annual percentage rate. It's your true cost of money. If you shop a lender based on the rate that they're going to give you, you're not getting the full story, because if they give you a low rate and they charge you a bunch of fees, you're really not getting the better deal. You want the bagel loan with the lowest APR. Call lenders around, ask them what the APR is, and if they're able to give it to you, compare that to the bagel loan with no cost. That's when you're going to see your way ahead of the game. If I end up with a rate of 6.5%, but my APR is 8%, you're a lot better at getting a rate of 7% with a 7% APR than getting the lower rate with all the fees. Keep that in mind.
Anthony, this is exactly why we have Stewie on speed dial, because I know you had no idea what the APR is, and neither did I. But Stewie's got us, and he's got our listeners covered as well. All you have to do to get in touch with him is give him a call or shoot him a text at 314-324-4440.
Again, that number is 314-324-4440.
Or you can Google the bagel loan.
Oh, boy, Jamie, let's do that.
I was trying to do that at the same time.
I know,
okay,
but I didn't.
You can Google the bagel loan.
That was a lot smoother. Stewie, we'll work on that, all right? But keep up the great work.
I appreciate it. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks.
NMLS number 226715.
Save on your next project with 11% off everything at Menards. Update your garage with a Genie Garage Door Opener. Our powerful 1-horsepower belt-driven model is ultra-quiet, and it features integrated battery backup, so you can operate your door when the power goes out. Get a 1-horsepower belt-drive Genie Garage Door Opener for only $189.99 after rebate. Good through August 6th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
All right, we hope to hear a lot of action over the next 45 minutes. The MLB trade deadline is coming up at 5 o'clock. I don't know if there will be, though, Jamie. I mean, no Shohei Ohtani. It's kind of felt like a flat trade deadline, despite the fact that Max Scherzer got dealt and Justin Verlander got dealt. I don't know. I'm hoping for kind of just a slew of trades to come down here in the last 45 minutes or so. But let's update you on where we're at right now. For the Cardinals, you already know about Jordan Montgomery, goes to Texas along with Chris Stratton. A couple of prospects going back the Cardinals' way. That trade happened on Sunday. Same thing happened with Jordan Montgomery, which you also knew about. He goes to the Blue Jays for a pair of prospects as well. The Cardinals were not done working with the Blue Jays after trading Genesis Cabrera a week ago to Toronto and Jordan Hicks to Toronto on Sunday. They brokered a deal with the Blue Jays today involving Paul DeJong for another minor league pitching prospect who just got promoted to Double-A. He's a reliever as of right now. That's it. We don't know about Jack Flaherty. Flaherty remains a Cardinal. Tyler O'Neill is in the lineup tonight, so I don't think the Cardinals are going to trade him. Dylan Carlson is also in the lineup tonight. I don't think they're going to trade him. Nolan Gorman is not, but I don't think they're going to trade him. I think you're only really looking at Jack Flaherty from here on out. The interesting team that could come about here is the Dodgers. Jamie, you had brought this up before. According to Jeff Passan of ESPN, the Tigers and Dodgers were talking about a deal that would have sent Eduardo Rodriguez, a starter from Detroit, to the Dodgers. Dodgers still looking for pitching help. They've been decimated by injuries. Walker Buehler has not pitched this year. Clayton Kershaw hasn't pitched that much. Julio Urias is having a bad year. They got a bunch of young guys. Michael Grove has pitched for them. Emmett Sheehan has pitched for them. But they have been, again, they've been decimated by injuries or having to use young players. They acquired Lance Lynn from the White Sox, but still looking for pitching help. Eduardo Rodriguez invoked his 10-team no-trade list. Doesn't want to go to the Dodgers.
Why
Eduardo
was
Rodriguez,
the Dodgers on the list to begin with?
I don't know. Eduardo Rodriguez basically said, I don't want to win. Not with you, Dodgers. I kind of respect it.
Weird.
I was looking at Twitter or X, whatever it's called. I think it just changed on my phone to the X with the app.
Yeah. X gonna give it to you.
Levi Weaver, who we had on Friday.
Did you really just do that? I did.
X gonna give it. Oh my God. Gonna give it to you.
Open up the door. It's real.
Levi Weaver from The Athletic, he covers the Rangers. We had him on Friday.
Awesome.
He tweeted or X'd out, whatever you want to call it. Players are humans too. Family, comfort levels, a vast spectrum of factors can influence these decisions.
Yeah, true.
Totally makes sense. But I'd rather stay with literally the Detroit Tigers is still absolute wild behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know the family situation.
Right. That's tough for the Tigers too, because you're trying to get something for them. The White Sox acquired the White Sox acquired Luis Patino from the Rays earlier today. I'll just go through some of these deals. Jake Berger was traded from the White Sox to the Marlins. The Padres added a veteran starter and first baseman from the Pirates. They got Rich Hill and Choi from Pittsburgh in that deal. The Cubs DFA'd Trey Mancini to make room for Jaimir Candelario, who they got from Washington yesterday. The Phillies designated Josh Harrison for assignment, another small deal there. We missed anything? Oh, Cardinals related Brendan Donovan to undergo season-ending surgery to repair his elbow issue. So Donovan has played his last game for the Cardinals this season, so he'll get some off-season surgery. Jamie, you had mentioned earlier that you thought that would kind of be the best case scenario for the Cardinals and Donovan.
Well, it is. I mean, if you're not competing for a playoff spot, why put a guy out there who's playing through injury? It doesn't make any sense. Guys play through injuries for a reason. Mm-hmm. Either you're fighting for your job, which we know that's not the case with Brendan Donovan, or you're fighting for a playoff berth, which we know that's not the case this year with the Cardinals, or you're fighting for a championship, which can't get to the championship if you can't get into the playoffs.
Right.
So why play? Get healthy.
Totally. Justin Verlander, that was the big deal today. Justin Verlander goes back to Houston from New York. Jamie, you had mentioned this beforehand. You mentioned this yesterday, and we were kind of talking about it in the office again today. The Mets, what are they now? Bad season. You sign Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander to compete for a World Series. Now you're not even going to make the playoffs. So you deal Max Scherzer to Texas over the weekend and Justin Verlander to Houston today. So what are the Mets?
I don't know. They're a team that, wildly overspent for their roster. And now Max Scherzer on record saying that the team had talked to him and that they're looking to rebuild it for the 25-26, those seasons. So that means they're not even looking at next season as a year to compete.
Yeah.
It's a really weird change of events. And apparently there's somebody that's going to be taking over as president of baseball operations. I forget the name of the individual, but basically they're going to give him the team, and they tried to strip it down as far as they could so that he could, in turn now build the team up. But it's a disaster. I mean, what are they right now on the payroll? Minus Scherzer and Verlander, whom they're eating a big portion of their contracts too, I believe.
I mean, it's still high.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So this is a team that has no idea what they're doing, and it's the owner's fault.
Mm-hmm.
The owner has way too much money and not enough baseball IQ as far as running a team, building a team, any of it. He's had nothing but turbulence since he's been there. He had a GM that he hired, then he had to fire him because of some stuff that happened away from the field, and then he just zips through players like nothing, doesn't care, just throws money around, and he gets mad, throws temper tantrums, so then overspends on another player. I don't know what to think of what the hell's going to... I don't know if it'll ever be any different. I feel like the Mets are just going to be that money pit. I told you this in The Office. It's like the movie Money Pit way back when Tom Hanks... It's like when you go to buy a house. It's a beautiful house. You're looking at the skeleton of the house. It's like, oh, my God, it's my dream home.
Yeah.
But it's built on a bad foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And so the house keeps shifting and turning, and you do nothing but throw money after money at this house because you love the house so much, and it's the biggest, most beautiful house in the neighborhood, but all it does is cost you money, and you never actually are settled with your home.
Right.
You never actually get to enjoy the home because there's always something going wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you keep throwing money at the problem, but the problem never goes away.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's the Mets to me.
You're right. And you're going to be doing that same thing. You're going to be looking for all these upgrades to a bad foundation.
Yeah.
You're going to go in the next offseason. You're going to try to wine and dine Aaron Donald. I don't think Aaron Donald's going to do anything.
He might
for
help.
You. I mean, he's a hell of a player.
You
never know.
Never know.
Aaron Nola, you'll probably try to lure him away from the Phillies in free agency or get Blake Snell. But you're right, Jamie. You're just throwing money around, trying to fix the problem, and you may never. By the way, I got this. Somebody tweeted this at me. At that STL tweeted this. He said, "Don't overvalue prospects. This has killed the Cardinals the most over the past 10 years." It's a trade deadline. It's a screenshot from MLB Network. Trade deadline deals from 2013 to 2022. Major League Baseball. Prospects traded 573. Prospects to become impact players 17. So it's only 3% of the prospects that become major league players. Or I'm sorry, impact players. Prospects that became impact players for contributors 62. 10.8%. I think we all know the game. We know that a lot of prospects won't pan out. That doesn't mean that you don't use what you have in expiring contracts to roll the dice. If you're not, it's that if you don't have a poker chip and a chair, you're not in the game. The Cardinals are acquiring prospects to stay in the game, to try to find somebody that can contribute. This deadline may only produce one guy. Maybe one guy becomes let's just say he's a number 2 starter. So he's not an ace, but he's a number 2 starter. It would have been worth it. Mm-hmm. Because here's what you get if you hang on to Montgomery and Flaherty and DeYoung and Hicks. Nothing. I'd rather roll the dice. I'd rather have the one lottery ticket when it's gonna cost you the rest of these contracts. It's just this year. So you're right. The figures are what they are. These prospects are being dealt, probably not going to be impact players. But if you get one, it would have been worth it. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. And hopefully the Cardinals are never in. Jamie, you brought up a good point earlier. It's like we're kind of losing our minds here because the Cardinals have never been in this spot. And we're all just emotional and irrational right now. Mm-hmm. We know this is terrible, worst year. You're right. What are you going to do about it? The offseason is not until this winter. You cannot sign Blake Snell right now. You cannot sign Aaron Nola right now. You can't sign a free agent pitcher right now that is going to be more beneficial than a prospect. What you can do right now is use what you got to get prospects in this farm system. Your farm system's bleeding. You don't have enough pitching. Offense is fine. You don't have pitching. So I like what they've done thus far. We'll see if they keep Jack Flaherty, though. All right, we've got our Sports Six-Pack coming up next, 314-399-9646. If you got a question for us, send it into the Air Comfort Service text line.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
Fellas, you paying too much for those ED meds? Probably. The Medicine Shop in St. Charles, by the way, is your destination for cheap ED meds. They got the generic called sildenafil for less than $2 a pill. I've told you guys before, I've seen this thing advertised at various prices, but I've never seen sildenafil for less than $2 a pill. That is over at the Medicine Shop in St. Charles. Prescription is required, of course. And you don't have to live close to the Medicine Shop to capitalize either. Because if you have any medicines that you receive on a regular basis or a prescription that you need, they offer free discreet shipping and delivery to your home or your workplace. And if you're like me with a crazy schedule, that's a big help. If you've got kids that are in after-school sports or busy all the time, this is a fantastic program, and that's offered to you by the Medicine Shop in St. Charles. It's also a full pharmacy. So if you need anything at all while you're in there, the staff is amazing. They're super courteous and friendly. They're going to help you out, going to answer all your questions, and they're going to take great care of you. So please get in there and see them in person. But if you can't, visit them online at stcharles.pharmacy. That's stcharles.pharmacy.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Earlier today, the Cards traded Paul DeJong to the Toronto Blue Jays for right-handed pitcher Matt Spanson. Brendan Donovan will also undergo season-ending surgery tomorrow, so no more Brendan Donovan for the remainder of the year. The Cards had yesterday off, but they are back in action tonight, taking on the Minnesota Twins. 6:45 first pitch. We have about a half hour left till the deadline ends at 5 o'clock local time. We'll continue talking about Major League Baseball's deadline up until 5 o'clock, and of course, after till 6. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
All right, time for the Sports Six-Pack here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN with Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. Here's Andrew Marsh with your questions.
Question number 1.
From the 314, who is at more fault for this season, DeWitt or Mo?
They share the blame 50-50.
Yeah, yep, agreed.
Because I don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg in this one. And what I mean by that is, did they give the money to John Mozeliak and he misused it? Or did he ask for the money and they didn't provide it?
Yeah.
Bottom line. So, like, John Mozeliak might have said, well, I guess they did provide the money. They gave $87.5 million to Wilson Contreras.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on Mo and Gersh and the entire staff, whoever decided on that one there. I mean, Wilson Contreras has been fine. He's been a very good bat for you at times. Recently, he's been very good at bat, but it's an expensive DH. So that one there, Mo has to wear it because the DeWitt signed off on that contract. Now, if there was another pitcher, a starter out there that they were looking to acquire, that Mo maybe wanted to spend a little more money on to go get, and the DeWitt said, nope, we gave you our money, you spent it on Contreras, then that would be on the DeWitt. So that's why I believe that they share responsibility on this one.
Yeah, you listen, leadership, when things go wrong, you're to blame. And the Cardinals' leadership right now is the ownership, and it's Mo. The buck stops there. So when it comes to shopping at the shopping for average free agents, that's on the DeWitts. Here's your budget. You're not going to be able to spend on top shelf. You have to go mid shelf there. So Mo takes his money, goes to the store, and he shops on the shelf, and he doesn't choose the right stuff. Mm-hmm. So that's on Mo. So the ability, let me rephrase. Mo is handcuffed to some degree by the DeWitts, and when he does have an opportunity to spend, he doesn't spend wisely. And when you make trades like the one that you did for Ozuna, because you don't have players in your organization that are like Ozuna that can hit the middle of your lineup, also a Mo problem. And you wind up trading 2 pitchers that could be in your rotation right now, that's a Mo problem too. But you can't excuse the DeWitts. Reason why you're not going to get Nola and Snell and any other top free agent pitcher this year is because of DeWitt, not because of Mo. It's a spending thing.
Mo problem, Mo problems.
When Mo picks the wrong free agents, based on whatever budget he does have, that's a Mo problem.
Yeah, if Mo can't get the right free agents because he doesn't get enough money, that's a DeWitt problem.
There you go. And on and on.
Question number 2.
Back and forth we go.
From the 636, do you think Wainwright will get to bat on Waino Day, the last game of the season?
I have no idea. Hopefully. Yeah, that'd be nice. He loves batting. I hope he does. That'd be a cool sight.
Anthony, you know what? I don't care. Could be a big moment. What if they got a guy in runner in scoring position? You can't screw around here.
You could finish third.
I mean,
come on.
Who's going to talk about Waino Day 10 years from now?
Waino.
We all probably will.
Maybe. Yeah.
No, give him the damn at bat. Make him the DH for the whole game for all I care, to be honest.
Yeah, right. What does it matter?
You're going to go out there. We're rolling you out there 4 times minimum today.
You're going to play a hard 9.
I actually think it'd be hilarious. Interesting. I actually think it'd be a hilarious idea. A good mark.
They should do it. The team
why wouldn't
stinks.
you?
Yeah.
Like,
why wouldn't you?
And he can stay in the game after he's done pitching, too, because of the Ohtani rule.
There you go. He's Ohtani for a day.
I don't know if I start him that game. Or is he starting?
I have no idea. I don't know how it lines up.
Well, if he's pitching, would he be pitching?
I don't know how.
The rotation lines up.
We don't know how this is going to line up.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can make it work.
I'm sure.
Either way, let him bat.
Yeah.
Who cares?
If it's Wayne,
if
it's Wayne O'Day, he better pitch and DH. I'm with Jamie.
Let's get it going.
Let's go.
Sign the petition, Anthony.
I'll get that petition going. My last
Question
one.
number 3.
It's going well. I can't remember what it was, though.
7 signatures on that thing. In pen.
Darn right.
From the 314, would you rather get knee surgery at the beginning of the summer or end of the summer as a teacher?
I feel like we've had this question before.
like we have, too.
Oh, as a teacher?
Or
at the end of the summer?
Or is this just deja vu?
No. At the end of the summer. You milk that thing. You're at home on medical relief. You're getting paid. You don't have to go back to school with those wonderful kids.
To teach them, mold their brains.
I say abs at the end of the summer for sure. I want to be at the lake. I get my knees.
What if you have to go back to school, though?
You can hobble around the classroom.
Yeah.
Just get a wheelchair. Hey, Johnny, push teacher.
Would it be a wheelchair or one of those like scooters where like you have one knee up?
Probably one of
the
those.
scooter.
Well, no, because then all the pressure would be on your knee.
Yeah.
Make any
I don't know.
sense.
I've never had knee surgery.
I have. You don't want that one.
Yeah.
It'd probably be crutches. It'd be crutches.
That would make more sense.
Because then they want you to gradually start to walk on your foot while using the crutches.
Yeah.
Question number 4.
I'm with Jamie.
This is kind of an interesting one. I really like this question. From the 618, who is going to be the 101 ESPN broadcaster who is most upset about this trade deadline?
I don't know why, but I'm thinking Randy off the top of my head, but I don't know.
I'll say Kylie.
I feel like BK has already wrapped his brain around. Like he's given up on the season. You hear him now. He's like, it's fine. It's fine. I ask him, what do you think of the trade? It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not angry.
If they keep Flaherty in the next 20 minutes, it'll be me. I guarantee it.
Ranthony.
And I think they will. I think they're going to keep Flaherty now. For no reason.
Jeez.
All right, I got a text from a buddy of mine, Gary. Gary's a good friend of mine. Says, I'm a teacher end of the summer 100% of the time.
There you go.
There we go. Gary Gnu is the tiebreaker.
Question number 5.
From the 636, if you were an owner and had the option to sign a superhero to your team, who would you pick?
Oh, that's easy. It's Superman. He can the strength. He can pitch. How fast he is. Could catch anything in the out. You wouldn't even need an outfield. You just play him as the pitcher, and he could catch all the pop flies.
Could he fly though? I don't know if that's legal.
Is there a rule right now?
I don't know.
Probably not, right? Why? Because
I don't know.
No, Anthony, listen. All rules and laws are put in place following a player infraction or a person who does something that you deem like, whoa, we shouldn't be allowed to do that. Let's write that into a law and pass that, the whole thing. You learn that in school. And so I think that because it's unprecedented, where they haven't had a player that could actually fly, it would not be in the rule book. Now, year 2 of Superman's career might be troublesome. The league might then...
Crack down on
sophomore slump.
No, I think that the league might put in the you can't fly.
The
but
no
remember
fly
how
rule.
fast Superman could run, too?
Yeah, he's up there with the Flash.
Yeah. So he may not even have to fly. He say, hey, blank you, I don't need to fly.
What if it wasn't? What if you couldn't use Superman?
But that wasn't the question.
Ooh. I realize that. So Superman,
so now we're just whittling it
Superman's
down.
He's like Ohtani.
Yeah, but Superman is
trying
like
to
the
get all the way
layup.
down to Captain Underpants?
Superman's the layup.
Well, if you spray water on him when he's running around the bases, maybe for a walk-off home run, he turns back into mean old Mr. Krupp.
Who's that?
That's Captain Underpants.
Oh, yeah, Captain Underpants, yeah.
All right, so Superman is
He's off the...
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say the Flash.
Flash, yeah, he's got good speed on the bases.
Is he strong, though?
I mean,
He doesn't have to be strong.
Yeah, I mean, he is in retrospect.
So he's an OBP guy.
I mean, you can use him
he
in
can just bunt.
defensive replacement.
I'm
Yeah,
thinking
bunt.
Yeah, I'm thinking Spider-Man, though. Like, I don't think
He's
anybody...
going to score every single time he gets on base. He just steals. I mean, if he just puts the ball in play, he's gonna get on, and then he's going to steal
What if he's
second,
playing
third,
against
and
Superman?
Superman's not available. He's saving the world.
He's got a blister.
I'll say the Flash.
Spider-Man wouldn't be able to shoot the web.
Yeah,
Well, you have to. That's his superpower.
I know, but
Right.
then
It's not useful in baseball.
So which
I guess it
superhero
is,
are we bringing
Anthony.
in that can't
he makes
use
a
their
big
superpowers?
web. Where are you going to hit the ball?
It's true. But he doesn't help you much offensively.
How do you know? You ever seen him take a cut
It's
up there?
Peter Parker. He don't have much.
Yeah, but when he puts on that suit, it's amazing. He grows muscles.
He is the Amazing Spider-Man. I'm thinking an under-the-radar one could be the Green Lantern. He can make a big baseball bat out of his ring, and then they have just giant baseball bat. The exit velocity from that swing is going to be off the chart with the barrel rate. Kidding me?
I don't think the answer to any question is Green Lantern. That's
just because the movies suck.
That's
doesn't
just my
mean-
opinion.
That doesn't mean he's a bad superhero.
Speaking of Green, what about the Incredible Hulk? What do you think of him?
Yeah, he probably just run out of the field, though.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he mashes home runs. I don't know. Can he hit? I have no idea.
I don't think he's a good locker room guy.
Picture Jose Canseco.
Right. Which version?
Yeah, the Incredible Hulk version, Anthony.
All right.
That guy was 40 and 40. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Could you see a baseball going off of his head and over the fence?
I certainly could.
Yeah,
I certainly could. Yeah.
All right, last one here.
Question number 6.
For all of our Blues fans who've been listening diligently, hoping for maybe some Blues content today during a trade deadline, from the 636, what is the realistic expectation for Jordan Kyrou? Is it time for his defensive game to develop, or does he kind of get a pass because of the offensive production?
Well, I got into this conversation not too long ago with a couple of different people, and not all players that have worn the blue note played a 200-foot game. It's the bottom line. Brett Hull, I know he scored 86 goals. I'm not comparing Jordan Kyrou to Brett Hull, but Brett Hull did not always play a 200-foot game. Some of the most offensive players, Pavel Demitra, rest in peace, Pavel, I love you, but you didn't always play a 200-foot game. Dougie Waite was a fantastic player, didn't always play a 200-foot game. If you're going to be an elite scorer, you almost can't always play a 200-foot game. You have to have these offensive-minded guys that do cheat on the offense. That's how they generate the offense for you on a regular basis. So when I say these names and represent these other players, I'm not speaking negatively of them. But the expectation was when the game's on the line, when you're in a close game or a playoff game, that's when you need these guys to play the 200-foot game. And they have to be able to recognize the moments and perform like that. So let's go back. We take our shots at Vladimir Tarasenko from time to time, right? Let's go back to 2019 in the playoff run. Vladimir Tarasenko was about as sound as he could possibly be in a 200-foot game. Why? He showed up when the games mattered.
Yeah.
When it was the most important that year specifically, he played a full 200-foot game. So to look at Jordan Kyrou, all I want is the maturation of this young man, that when it's the beginning of the game or a minute left in the period or a one-goal game towards the end, the puck gets out, the puck gets in.
Yeah.
Don't turn the puck over. And if you do turn the puck over, it's back hard. Back hard to the house, defend, block shots, do what you got to do. What I can't see is the twirl here, twirl there, backhand sauce through the middle of the ice, picked off, shrug the shoulders, or the pouty face, they go down and score. I can't see that. So my expectations for Jordan Kyrou, simply put, he has to be an 80 or 90-point player this year and recognize when the game needs to be simplified and do it that way.
All right, that's your Sports Six back here in the Fast Line on 101 ESPN. We are under 15 minutes away from the deadline. Will the Cardinals trade Jack Flaherty? I don't know. So everything's kind of quiet. What if they don't? We'll get into that next on 101 ESPN.
If you got a vision for a kitchen or a bathroom upgrade, but you don't know who to turn to, that's easy. Give my friends over at E&B Granite a call for a no-obligation consultation. E&B Granite has proudly provided the St. Louis area with exceptional, and I mean exceptional, customer service and products for over 20 years now. And I want our listeners to experience their fast turnaround times with 100% customer satisfaction guaranteed. They're the best in the business, by far. They remodeled my kitchen, countertops, backsplash, all of it. They did a fantastic job. They got great selection, too. They've got granite, quartz, marble, soapstone. And what they do is they get in there and they measure out everything. They rip out all your old stuff. They do it great, too. No mess, no damage. Great job by the staff. Then they install your new countertops or your cabinets, whatever it is that you have selected. And they do a fantastic job of letting you know how to take care of everything. All you have to do is call them, set up an appointment, tell them Jamie Rivers sent you. That number is 314-645-9300. Again, that number is 314-645-9300. Or you can visit them at enbgranite.com.
ESPN breaking news alert.
All right, according to Ken Rosenthal, the Orioles are close to acquiring Jack Flaherty from the Cardinals, sources tell The Athletic. I believe Katie Wu also had a tweet in the last minute or so saying the Orioles are going to acquire
Jeff Passan as well.
Jack Flaherty.
All these people can't be wrong, Anthony.
No. 20 million people can't be wrong. Is that the line?
I don't know.
Anyways, Joel Sherman had tweeted out about 11 minutes ago, expectation that the Cardinals will trade Jack Flaherty, perhaps in conjunction with an outfielder such as Dylan Carlson or Tyler O'Neill. The Dodgers still want to add starting pitching, perhaps the Braves too. So we don't know what the compensation is. We also don't know if the Cardinals attached any other player into this deal. But Jamie, the Orioles are a team that we talked about before. You had asked me, what pitchers, what teams still need pitching? And in fact, the Orioles might have been the team that we mentioned first.
I mentioned them a few days ago.
Certainly. So
just because I was reading up on some of their stuff, and that's the one thing they talked about. Their initial conversation was them suggesting maybe Montgomery. They need guys that can eat innings. So
yeah.
Flaherty's a pivot, apparently.
Good. I mean, well, this has been the theme, guys. This has been the theme the entire time. What can you get from your expiring contracts? Jack Flaherty was one of them. This talk about not trading Jack Flaherty, it might make sense. Why? Why would it make sense? You trade the assets that you have to get cost-controlled players back. I realize that not all these prospects are going to pan out. Some of them, who knows? Most of them might not pan out. It doesn't change your decision-making here. Your decision-making is sound. You trade Jordan Hicks when his value is high. You trade Jordan Montgomery when you know he's not going to come back. You trade Chris Stratton when he's got an expiring deal. And you trade Jack Flaherty when he's on an expiring contract and not expected to resign with you. You could still make a run at Jordan Hicks in the offseason. You could still make a run at Jack Flaherty in the offseason if you choose to. But for right now, at this deadline, you stunk all season. You're in a rare spot, a spot you never hope to be in again. And I understand if you're a ticked-off Cardinals fan right now and you don't want to hear us talk about prospects. I get it. The people who are listening right now have never experienced a Cardinals sell-off. This is your first one, and you probably don't like it. You probably puked 12 times. I understand that. It still doesn't mean that the Cardinals are making the wrong decision in trading these players. You have to, in my opinion. So if it's true and the Cardinals are going to send Jack Flaherty to the Orioles, Jamie, I like it. I think it makes sense. And by the way, John Denton tweeting out that manager Ollie Marmol talked about Jack Flaherty. I love Jack. I do. He's a competitor. I've known him for a long time, and that's the business part of this. Sometimes it outweighs the emotional side of what you want to do. There you go. So we'll wait to see what the compensation is.
Yeah, I mean, everybody now is on it. You know, Bobby Boogie's on it. Mark Feinsand is on it. They don't have a trade in place yet, or they don't know what has gone back and forth in this. But all of the big dogs, so to say, are on this Flaherty to the Orioles.
So assuming this is it, you would have traded all of the players that are free agents. I think that was the bare minimum expectation. I know we talked about at one point seeing if Paul Goldschmidt would waive his no-trade clause. That wasn't going to happen, and it didn't. We know we talked a lot about trading Tyler O'Neill. It doesn't appear that that's going to happen, although we do have 5 minutes left. And last year, if you remember correctly, Jordan Montgomery was acquired from the Yankees for Harrison Bader, I believe, right at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
At least the news broke.
It trickled in
o'clock.
like after 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we were kind of caught off guard, in fact. But you have traded all of your pending free agents to restock your farm system. That was the bottom line expectation. Now, I think the Cardinals, I was hoping that they would get somebody that could slot into the rotation now. You know, a young pitcher that was on the cusp of the big leagues. They haven't done that thus far. Maybe they'll do that with this Jack Flaherty trade, but we'll find out.
Mark Feinsand reporting that there's a growing buzz that the White Sox may indeed trade Dylan Cease in the next 10 minutes. Per sources, Dodgers and the Orioles seen as favorites if he's moved.
I don't think he's going to be moved. Do you? You buying that?
I don't see why you wouldn't. What did you keep? What else have you got around this guy? It seems like the White Sox kind of liquidated too.
They did, but you still got Luis Robert. You still got Eloy Jimenez.
You're right.
You know,
I just want the action.
It's kind of I'm with you on that. As somebody, your partner here for the next hour that we're going to do radio. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
But if you're the White Sox, it's kind of like the situation with the Blues and Colton Parayko. As soon as you trade Colton Parayko, you're searching for
his replacement.
Yeah. As soon as you trade an ace, a young ace, and Dylan Cease, you're going to be looking for a young ace. The Orioles, by the way, Jackson Holliday is their top prospect. So hopefully Holiday's coming in. Hopefully it's Jackson.
It's Jackson, Holiday, or bust, isn't it?
I would think so.
I mean, the Orioles, definitely that's fair value.
Colton Cowser.
Player with tremendous upside and tons of years of control left for a rental?
No doubt.
Sign me up.
Colton Cowser is an outfielder who has seen big league time. I think he's still up with them. Jordan Westberg has been somebody that has been up for them. He's an infielder. Their top pitching prospect is their 9th overall guy. It's D.L. Hall, but he's in rookie ball. So that, I don't know if that would make sense. They got Cade Popich, who is a left-hander who's in AAA now. He's 23, 6'3", 185. His ETA is 2024. And according to MLB.com, he's somebody that could potentially be in the rotation for the Orioles next season. So maybe he's the guy that they got, or Seth Johnson, who's another AAA pitcher. I would like to see a pitcher that Jamie could slot into the rotation for the rest of the year. Even if it's a bit of a leap, a bit of a stretch, it'd be nice if somebody was on the cusp.
We have initial report, Francis Romero, baseball sports writer at MLB. This is the first one I've seen, so I'll proceed with caution here. But Francis is reporting that Cuban infielder Cesar Prieto traded to the Cardinals in Jack Flaherty move, per sources.
Okay, he's their 16th overall prospect.
That's just what's being reported by one person so far.
That would be awful. I don't know anything about this kid. All I see is he's the Orioles' 16th best prospect. He's 24 years old. He's 5'9". He's 5'9", 175. He's a perfect Cardinal. So that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense.
Now, that could be completely false.
Yeah.
I'm putting it out there. I'm just trying to give you information that I see when I see it. And the damn blue checkmark thing.
Right.
Elon, not a great idea to just let anybody have a blue checkmark and take away all the ones that need them the most.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's days like today where you can get duped.
You're right. You're absolutely right. If it is Prieto, apparently his bat-to-ball skills drew some comparisons to Cubs second baseman Nick Madrigal coming out of Cuba when he was considered an excellent contact hitter with questionable power.
Taylor Motter.
I'm not gonna get upset until we see actual reports on this.
I'm still looking for you, buddy. I'm trying here.
Yeah. All right. What's trending's next? For right now, Jack Flaherty reportedly being dealt to the Baltimore Orioles. Hopefully, we'll have what the compensation is coming up next on 101 ESPN. Auto Centers Nissan of Herculaneum. That's the spot. That's the spot we've gone to get our vehicles in the Stalter households. And we love working for Auto Centers Nissan, working with Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, because they've got 700 vehicles on their lot. That's right. Their lot, one location out in Herculaneum. You don't have to drive around trying to find, okay, well, that dealership actually has what you're looking for. Then you're going to drive to here and whatever. They got one spot at Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. They got one spot for your vehicles. They've got one spot for your financing, one spot for the free nationwide lifetime warranty when it comes to new Nissans. They got one spot to take your automobile after you buy it back in for service, and they've got a great service station. They have a great sales team. They make it fun to buy a vehicle at Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. That's why we, again, in the Stalter household, we've gotten our last 3 vehicles from Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. We love working with them. You will too. So go out there today. Go out there this week. Talk to them. Tell them Stalter sent you. Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. Let them set you up with your next new ride and get you financed for it. It's Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum.
What's trending in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered. What's trending now?
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a half-price Cardinals ticket voucher.
All right, it is the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN 504. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. So now we're seeing multiple reports about what the Cardinals received in the Jack Flaherty trade. And Jamie, you couldn't have gotten two more Cardinal-esque players, in my opinion.
Why do you say that, Anthony?
Well, Jamie, as you and I discussed, and I shouldn't say my opinion, this is our opinion, Jamie, because when I was you read off the names to me. I read off the descriptions just based on MLB.com. Why don't we go ahead and do that now live on the air like we just did it? Let's do it. You ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jamie. What are the Cardinals receiving?
Well, if I could find it again. All right. It's embarrassing. I got to find the old Jeff Passan here. All right, Jeff Passan, there's our guy. Okay, so the Cardinals finalizing the deal. Cardinals are receiving infielder Cesar Prieto.
Yeah, let's just start with him. Undersized, contact guy, no power. Second baseman.
Okay.
Total Cardinal.
And they're also receiving left-hander Drew Rom from the Orioles.
Yeah.
Anthony, a little background on Drew, please.
Sure, you got it, Jamie. 6'2", 215, 23 years old. He's at the AAA level. Left-hander, as you had mentioned, Jamie, big kid. First thing that stuck out to me was that Rom relies on deception more than elite stuff, using his 6'2" frame to hide the ball well in three-quarters arm slot, long stride, and crossfire finish to create good extension.
Pitch to contact.
Pitch to contact.
In
low
a pitcher's
90s.
park. Go Cardinals.
We got some low 90s action and an undersized infielder, baby. Yes.
I don't mean to laugh.
Jamie.
I don't mean to laugh. But what happened to just taking a flyer on a swing and miss guy? I'd rather hear this guy, not sure if he even knows where home plate is. He throws 103, but he's going to drop off the table.
Right.
Breaking ball.
Yeah.
We'll see. Wild
Elite,
card.
nasty stuff. May hit the mascot or strike the next guy out.
100%.
We don't know.
He might have 10 strikeouts in 4 innings or 4 hit batsmen.
Yes.
We're not sure.
Right. But he could be an ace.
Did I say batsman?
I think you're right there. You're
right?
a batsman.
Yeah.
You're talking about multiple batters. So.
Yeah. I guess 4 hit batter. Either way.
Either way.
Welcome to the Cardinals.
Jamie, hey, here's what I think in today's game is important. Guys that can hit for power, I say can't. Guys that can't hit for power and guys that don't have elite stuff and pitch to contact.
Hang on.
We did it.
Hold the presses.
Okay.
Nick Lorenzen.
Yeah.
He's a journalist.
What's old Nicky saying?
Nicky says that is an absolute fleece for the Cardinals. I'm telling you that Prieto is a special player. He just defected from the Cubs.
Cuba.
From Cuba and a fringe top 100 guy. So I don't know if he's saying that it's a fleece from the Cardinals' perspective, but that's what I get out of that. He's saying that the Cardinals just basically stole a player from the Orioles.
Okay.
Maybe he's the next, what's his name? That little guy in Houston. Altuve.
Jose Altuve? If he's a Jose Altuve, then that would be great.
Maybe he is, though.
No.
I mean, he kind of fits the description, although Altuve has more power.
Power, yeah. Who knows? The bottom line is we're laughing, we're having fun, we're punch drunk on MLB trade rumors today. We don't know how these guys are going to pan out, but when I think of the Cardinals, I think of undersized infielders, and I think of guys that can play multiple positions, and the Cardinals accomplish that.
From the 636, we're going to crush the AA and AAA titles for years to come.
Drew Rom. Rom excelled at the lower levels thanks to excellent control. That's good. But that wavered along with his results last summer at both AA and AAA. While he kept his strikeout rate high at the upper levels, hey, that's good. He also saw walks increase and his ground ball rate drop, somewhat concerning for a pitcher who thrives on pitchability more than overpowering stuff. So they got a guy that doesn't have good stuff, basically relies on control, and over the last year he has not had control. So there you have it. Still, you had to make a trade, and you did. You did. You had to. On that note, Jamie, the Cardinals need to sign 3 guys now in the offseason.
Why'd they go get a middle infielder?
Jamie.
Why? Does he play the outfield too?
First of all, what middle infielders do you have right now on this team? Can you name even one?
Well, Anthony, I'm glad you asked. You got a guy named Tommy Edman.
Okay, 1.
Brendan Donovan.
2.
Nolan Gorman.
3.
Masyn Winn.
4.
Taylor Motter.
5.
Yeah.
4.5.
Okay, whatever. Call it what you will.
Mm-hmm. I'm joking, of course.
I know you're joking. But this is like an infielder.
Yeah.
You got Masyn Winn, who's...
They just got an infielder from Texas that is supposed to accomplish the same thing.
I know. Same size, too.
Same size, same everything.
You can't make this crap up.
You can't make it up.
I'm getting punch drunk right now.
What do you got, Marsh?
I just want to know, what are they telling us by these moves? They're telling us that they're probably going to give a lot of their internal options opportunities this upcoming year.
Well, they've got a lot of internal options now.
Graceffo.
Well, no, we
don't.
Okay, but Marsh, if you're saying, you're probably right, but then you're lying to everybody. Not you, but Mo. Yeah. If you're saying that you are competing in 2024, which is what they've said, we are competing in 2024. Now, competing, as we've talked about, means just hanging another NL Central banner. That's all they care about, right? But if you're even competing for that, you have to sign 3 guys now.
Well, yeah, I mean, you look at, you have 2 guys now. You give that 5th spot. Let's just say you give the 5th spot to one of those guys. You hope one of those guys pans out. At best, you have to sign 2. Maybe you sign another veteran, an older veteran, and then you have to sign 3.
You have to sign 3 veterans. And then if one of them is ineffective or if one of them is injured, then you can rely on some of the young guys. So you have to sign 3 free agent veterans.
So do you think, Mo, though, because he's accrued so many players now, whether it's infielders or outfielders that we still have a surplus of, like in the offseason, can Mo flip those guys? Like for real pitching?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like if you've got we have the Roberts, is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
He's supposed to be
the Netherlands kid.
He's supposed to be a really great infielder, right? Or is he a pitcher? No, which is the infielder kid?
Sagisi or whatever.
Swagisi. I'm not disrespecting the player.
Yeah.
I don't remember his name right now off the top of my head.
Making his first start in AA tonight.
Looking forward to that, Marshy.
But my point
you'll
is,
be tuning in.
If you've got him, you've got Prieto, you've got Masyn Winn.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 really high-end prospects.
Yeah.
Maybe one of those guys isn't here come spring training.
You make a really good point. It honestly plays into just acquire what you can for Flaherty and all these other guys, and then you can make another move in the offseason. All right, that's what's trending in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. More to come. We want to hear from you, man. Leave us mic drops. What do you think? Jamie and I, we're punch drunk at this point. We're laughing at the.
Yeah, it's over now. Let's hear you, Cardinal Nation.
What do you think? What do you think? Are you satisfied with the moves? Do you understand them? Is it you kind of in wait and see mode? Are you absolutely furious? Leave us a mic drop. We'll get to him next on 101 ESPN.
Uh-oh, in the off-season, somebody's got to spend money. Uh-oh.
That was perfect from Janet. She's absolutely right. She's right. You look at the trade deadline, and you look what the Cardinals did. And first of all, kudos for moving the contracts that you could move. Every single guy that was on an expiring contract got moved at the deadline. Jamie, good. We have no idea. We can't predict the future. We have no idea how these prospects are going to pan out. All of them might pan out. None of them might pan out. Some of them might be used for next year. Some of them might be used for 2025. Some of them might be all-stars. All of them might be bust. We don't know. We can't predict. What we can do, though, is sit here and say, what could the Cardinals control? The Cardinals can control trading guys that were on expiring contracts. Check. Hicks, Montgomery, Stratton, Flaherty. See you later. And if you're just tuning in right now and you didn't hear the latest, Jack Flaherty was just dealt to the Orioles for 2 absolutely perfect Cardinals prospects. An infielder who's undersized, a contact machine with limited power, and a left-hander who uses his gut and guile to get everybody out, not necessarily elite stuff. So, again, 2 perfect Cardinals. So, to Janet's point, Jamie, which I think was funny the way she did it, they're going to have to spend. You're going to have to spend. You didn't do what I was hoping the Cardinals would do, which was acquiring players that could be in your rotation for the rest of this year and next year.
But they can still do that, though, Anthony. Not for this year.
You didn't get one guy.
They cannot do that for this year. Correct. But there's nothing with the amount of players that they have picked up here. There's nothing that says that John Mozeliak can't go and get at least one guy for your rotation. And then you're going to have to sign some guys.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to cross your fingers at the same time and hope that Graceffo, McGreevy, all these guys are ready to make that jump. And maybe some of these other arms that you just got in some of these trades are ready to push. But you're going to have to go get a number one. An ace, a number one, call it what you want to call it. I don't care. You're going to need 2 major league pitchers at minimum.
Yeah. Correct.
Added.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I like the way Janet put it, though. So, somebody's going to spend.
Or you can go get that one. Like, let's say it's a number 2 or a number 3 starter. You can go trade for that guy in the offseason. You have enough right now currently to go trade for a number 3 easily.
Absolutely.
Easily.
Yeah. And that can't be overlooked. You're right. It's not just about the prospects you got and whether or not they're going to help you in a Cardinals uniform. Can you use them in a trade package that could get you some pitching in the offseason?
Could easily see a pitcher of the same caliber as a Montgomery.
Sure.
And I could easily see that being picked up via trade.
Well said, Jamie.
But then you're going to have to break open the bank to get that number 1.
Correct. Let's hear from Moose.
Yeah, well, boys, we made it. Trade deadline is come and gone. Cardinals were sellers. We made 3 trades. We're sellers, man. We are surely sellers. Sold a lot of crap to the fan base, telling people that we were going to be making some big moves and to expect some things. I guess they weren't lying. I mean, we sold arguably 3 of our best pitchers. We made trades. You can't dispute that, but I just don't understand why we need so many utility middle infielders. It makes no sense. None. Somebody explain it to me why we need 4 utility middle infielders. And we got rid of one today. How do you not move one of your 6 mid outfielders just for one pitcher? You can package them with Flaherty, and we didn't do it.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know though if you're a contender and you're currently using a pitcher, you're not going to trade them to the Cardinals to get Flaherty or to get Montgomery. But to Moose's point about the utility infielders, I'm with him on that.
Apparently, the Cardinals also acquired another player in this Flaherty trade.
What do we got?
Zach Showalter, a 19-year-old right-handed pitcher.
All right.
So I'm trying to find his scouting report.
Yeah, I got nothing.
And it literally has nothing.
Nope.
Pro Baseball Report. Let's see here what we got. Okay, so it's jumping all over the place. Okay, so Zach Showalter. Boy, this is jumpy here. His fastball is a 94. Spin rate is 2,325. Okay, his curveball, slider. He's got some okay stuff.
Well, good.
He's got some okay stuff. He's young. He's really young. 19 years old, 6'2", 205. A lot of upside. But, right. This is we're way down the line with this player. But you know what? At least you got him.
Yeah.
At least you got him.
And for what?
For Jack Flaherty.
For a guy you weren't going to use.
Yeah. So you got 2 pitchers and an infielder.
All right. And look, a lot of what is coming out with this Prieto, who's 24, he's hitting 349, 868 OPS between AA and AAA this year. Does not strike out at all. I mean, if he becomes Luis Ariz for you, fantastic. And I know I'm making a huge leap, but I'm just saying, let's start thinking of what either these players could be for you or what they could be in future trades.
For someone else, yeah.
So
you never know.
You never know is right. All right, do we have another mic drop lined up? Let's hear from John.
I actually feel pretty good with what the Cardinals got for Flaherty, Hicks, Montgomery, and Stratton. I always felt that, I think we all knew that we weren't going to get amazing major league talent for rentals. So I do see a lot of these guys with at least having some upside. Maybe it's not all-star potential or anything, but I feel like at least one of them has to contribute at the major league level in the next 2 years, right? So that's a good thing. I was really hoping to see the catcher and the outfield situation get taken care of a little more. Although I'm glad Dylan Carlson's still here. I personally would have liked to see O'Neill and Kisner and Burleson. I would have liked to see what we could get for those guys, but maybe it just wasn't enough. Overall, I'm fine with this trade deadline. I'm still going in the next year thinking that regardless of who we sign, it's not going to be Aaron Nola or Blake Snell or anyone like that. I'm going in expecting that our number 1 pitcher next year is Miles Mikolas. That's just how I see Mo handling things.
So one thing, thank you, John, for the mic drop. One thing we have to remember here is that just like Doug Armstrong did with the Blues, it started at the trade deadline. And Doug Armstrong continued to whittle away into free agency and kept So John Mozeliak, quite honestly, he's acquired a lot of pieces. A lot. So he's got way too many outfielders. What does that tell you? That he's able to move them. At least 1 or 2 in the offseason. He's got way too many middle infielders. So he can move on from that. He's got a lot of arms now.
Yeah.
The starting line isn't necessarily the finish line.
Right.
And so the trade deadline is the starting point. We just sit here and we're angry because, we didn't get Verlander or whatever.
Right. And that, right.
But sometimes when you're, just like any business, you have your 3-month, your 6-month, your 9-month, and your 12-month projections. You have things you want to accomplish. If you have sales, you want to hit certain quarterly sales markers and all this stuff. The first day of the calendar year, you don't hit your budget right away. So you've got to build up to what you're trying to accomplish. So the Cardinals here, what if in the front office, the big boardroom that they have, I know it's all computerized now, but we'll just call it a dry erase board for the moment.
Yeah.
What if they have the dry erase board where they have, okay, here's the date of, August 1st, 2023. Boom, 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 boom. In whatever month we're free agency, this is what we want to accomplish here. We want to trade for player X, Y, and Z. We want to kick the tires on X, Y, and Z as free agents. And then here in spring training is the group of players we want competing for said jobs. And then here is what we project to be our lineup coming out of spring training. All of that is really possible It's not like John Mozeliak just woke up this morning and said, I'm just going to trade, get a whole bunch of pieces, and I have no idea what I'm going to do with them.
Right. Well, and he might not, but Jamie, it's kind of like when we were kids and we traded with friends with sports cards, right? Maybe you did hockey or baseball or basketball, whatever, and you traded with all your buddies, and you get together and you make all these trades and you get all these cards, and then you group the cards together and you get, you eye something that you want. Maybe your friend's got an abundance of, I don't know, Wayne Gretzky cards or something, and you pull up a bunch of things he doesn't have to get one Wayne Gretzky card that you have that he can part with. I mean, it's not unlike that. You're acquiring. All you're doing is acquiring more assets. It's what we've talked about throughout the course of the day today. You had guys that are on expiring contracts. They do nothing for you in a losing season. I'm sorry, they don't.
Nothing.
They've got no value for you now.
They were doing nothing for you anyways.
It's a losing season. Don't turn a losing season and get nothing out of it. So what you did was you took those expiring contracts. Forget who the players were and forget who the prospects were. Just view it this way. You took expiring contracts and you turned them into cost-controlled contracts. That's all you've done over the last 24 to 48 hours. You did what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and I'm taking some heat on the text line. How dare I compare John Mozeliak to Doug Armstrong? I'm not comparing the two individuals. I'm saying the process.
Yeah.
The process. If we're willing to trust the process with Army, we have to try and trust John Mozeliak. He's never been in this position before. So we don't know if the Cardinals front office is going to fail or succeed with this project that they have now. We don't know because John Mozeliak has never had to deal with this.
Yep.
Just like Doug Armstrong had not had to deal with it. So I think we owe it to them to trust the process. And today, if nothing else, the front office showed that they're willing to make moves and they're willing to identify that this season was a loss, not trying to hang on for dear life. And they didn't go get some mid-tier players that, they didn't do what you thought they might do. So I'm willing to watch and see what happens over the next, 4, 5, 6 months before I'm going to sit here and say, okay, this is my official grade on what the Cardinals have done.
That's Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. Beat the streak. Biggest question of the day next on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Major League Baseball trade deadline is officially over. Earlier today, the Cards traded Paul DeJong to the Blue Jays for right-handed pitcher Matt Swanson. Also, at 5 o'clock, Jack Flaherty traded to the Baltimore Orioles. The return is reportedly infielder Cesar Prieto, left-handed pitcher Drew Roth, and Zach Showalter. We'll talk more about John Mozeliak and the moves that were made coming up with our biggest question of the day. Also, Brendan Donovan will undergo season-ending surgery tomorrow. The Cards are back in action tonight, taking on the Minnesota Twins, 6:45 first pitch. If you missed anything from today's show, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or check out the 101 mobile app. You can find the full show there. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. We have our Beat the Streak and biggest question of the day coming up next. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
I want to hit baseballs.
All of my successes depend on me.
You're ready to hit.
The hits just keep on coming.
And his first big league hit is a bullet up the middle.
All right, time to play Beat the Streak here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Andrew is back. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Not much. Been a crazy deadline here the last hour or so. But we are ready to play Beat the Streak for tonight. March, what do we got for standings?
All right, I am leading right now with 2, thanks to Jan Gomes over the weekend. Anthony, you're at 1 right now, thanks to our guy Brandon Kiley, who stepped in for you.
Nice job, Kiley.
Andrew had Andrew Kisner on Friday. He got a base hit as well. And Jamie, you're back to 0 as Paul Goldschmidt did not get a hit on Friday.
Should have traded.
That guy sucks, huh?
Could have dealt him today.
All right, so what's the order then? Marsh, you're up.
I am up.
Marsh, then me, then Andrew?
Mm-hmm.
And then Jamie. Okay, go ahead, Marsh.
I'm going to go with a guy that, we've talked about before on the Twins, perhaps being a Cardinal, not Carlos Correa. This was a while back. Max Kepler, the right fielder.
Okay, so you're going Kepler. I'll take Correa since you left him for me. All right, so March, you got Kepler. I have Correa. Andrew, who would you like tonight?
I'm going to go with the Twins' Canadian second baseman, Golene.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. He's having a good year. Jamie.
Wow. Well, this guy can't fail me twice, right?
Yes.
Who'd you go with?
I went with Correa.
I'm going to go with Paul Goldschmidt.
Okay.
I'm going to double down today.
So, Jamie's got Paul Goldschmidt. Marsh, you have Max Kepler. I took Correa. And Andrew, you took Julien. So, there you have it. So, 3 Twins and a Cardinal.
There we go.
All right, Andrew.
No faith, guys?
Andrew, good luck to you.
All right, thanks, guys. Hopefully I'm talking to you guys tomorrow this time.
Amen. Sounds good. All right, thank you.
All right.
It's time for the Fast Lane's biggest question of the day.
All right, gentlemen, the trade deadline is officially over, and our biggest question of the day is, did John Mozeliak accomplish what he set out to do?
So, Jamie, you read off a series of texts to me. People are angry. People are saying some pretty vile stuff about Mo. If you are that heated, I'm not saying you don't have any right to be a little ticked off, a little miffed, a little frustrated, right? But if you are like in a full rage because of this trade deadline, in my opinion, I think your expectations were way too high. If you thought somehow the Cardinals were going to buy at the deadline in this toilet water of a season, what were you thinking?
Well, I think people expected to get some help immediately. I think they were wanting that.
Okay, fine, fair. You still have this offseason. Maybe 3 of these guys get you somebody this offseason. You don't know. The puzzle is not complete. I'm with you on the, hey, I thought that maybe you could get something that's going to help you right now. I've mentioned this several times before. When the Angels traded Noah Syndergaard last year, they got Mickey Moniak. At the time, Angel fans were probably like you are right now. Who the hell is Moniak? He's not going to help you. He was hitting third for you this year. We don't know. To me, to Marsh's question there, the biggest question of the day, did Mo accomplish what he set out to do? In my opinion, yes. Not knowing what these prospects are going to be, but knowing that you had the opportunity to trade the expiring contracts on your roster, and he did so, yes. I think we're not talking about wins and losses, and if he won the trade deadline, that'll all come in due time. The first process was trading Montgomery, Hicks, Flaherty, Stratton, and you did that. What do you think, Jamie? Where are you at on this?
I'm fine right now.
Okay.
I'm fine. Like,
you don't sound fine.
No, I am.
Anytime somebody says, I'm fine,
no,
it's a red flag. Because you're not fine. You're dealing with something right now.
If you let me speak, I could tell you.
I can't because you're not fine. Go ahead.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm fine for the moment. I think it would have been a massive failure. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Would have been a massive failure if you were still hanging on to some of these players. If you overvalue Jack Flaherty or Jordan Montgomery or Paul DeYoung, if you overvalue Jordan Hicks and you're still sitting with these guys on your roster, then I would be pissed. Mm-hmm. Am I a little ticked that you didn't go outside the box a little bit and maybe trade a guy that wasn't on an expiring contract? A little bit. I think you had that, but again, the strategy might be
could have got frisky.
But the strategy might be to use these guys in the offseason.
Very true.
John Mozeliak might be looking for one of these guys to recapture their careers here. Like, what if Dylan Carlson has a breakout last part of the season? What if Tyler O'Neill has a breakout part of it? Like,
sure.
All of a sudden, things change as to what you can get for these players.
I agree.
So, I'm fine with what happened. I'm content with the fact that John Mozeliak and the rest of the organization identified that they could no longer hang on for dear life and hope for something. I'm happy that they didn't go acquire a guy like Rich Hill or something. No, honestly, to just like, oh, you're going to help us finish up. No. Now you got Liberatore, you got Hudson, you've got whoever the hell else you want to put in that rotation to give him a chance to pitch.
Yep.
And you should. That's the way it should be at this point.
Well said, Jim.
So I'm fine. We'll see. Post free agency, we'll see how I feel then.
Yeah, that's going to tell us a lot.
It is.
In terms of whether or not they're competing for 2024. All right, when we come back, we'll wrap up the show. We'll also hear from John Foselak on the trade deadline. That's all coming up next on 101 ESPN.
If you're currently in the market for replacement windows or even thinking about replacement windows, look no further than Window World, preferred window of your St. Louis Blues. One thing that Window World uses is a double-strength glass that's not commonly found in replacement windows. How do I know this? Well, because I went into the warehouse and saw exactly what's going on. First of all, each window is measured precisely for your home and custom ordered so that it fits the opening. There's no shims and things like that forcing it to be in place. They order the window specifically for you. And then that window, again, we laid it on the ground and the owner said, hey, why don't you step on that window? Thought he was crazy, so I stepped on it. They said, why don't you bounce up and down a little bit? I did. The window didn't break. So it tells me you got an excellent product sitting there waiting for you. And also, it's not just about the product, it's about the customer service. And a big part of their customer service is making sure that you are happy with the product, happy with your service. They also offer you a lifetime warranty that covers all the parts, glass breakage, and labor, and are still offering 18 months, same as cash financing with approved credit. All of that screams customer service. All you have to do, get an appointment or stop in, tell them Jamie Rivers sent you, and to get that appointment, you give them a call at 314-993-1800. That's 314-993-1800, or you can look them up at windowworld.com.
I'll start off the criticisms and compliments with a text that we just received.
Which one?
Well, one specifically about it's been 2 hours since we mentioned that Paul DeJong was traded.
Yeah.
That's factually incorrect.
Okay, we just totally forgot about it.
We've mentioned him several times, so
he's a Blue Jay now.
I don't know what the hell what you're so upset about.
People are mad today, Anthony. We got another one here on the text line. Says, 2 good starters lost and nothing in return? Really?
Yeah, they didn't get one thing for Montgomery or Flaherty, who've been great for you
You got a
this
middle
season.
infielder.
Great for you. The guys that they lost have been outstanding for your fourth place team. So I'm ticked off
It's
too.
a heavy level of snark there. Very heavy level.
I'm upset, man.
I know.
They didn't get prospects. They didn't get anything in return. They just let these guys walk, which is exactly what happened in free agency. If you actually did that, instead you got prospects. So go for it. Just remember, I just want you to be honest. I want people to be honest. If you're ticked off today and one of these prospects pans out, that I want you to be angry at yourself in the future. The future you better be upset with yourself because you said that the Cardinals got nothing. If any of these guys pan out, I want you to be so ticked off at yourself that you literally soak your clothes in ice water and then put them back on and sleep on your AC unit for an entire night to punish yourself. Wow. That's what Dunk used to say he did after a bad game. I think it works for punishment.
Wow. I'm glad you're keeping them accountable.
Glad you went there, Anthony.
You're welcome.
It's about time.
Ouch. John Foselak, faux Salak, on the MLB trade deadline. Here we go.
So, I know fans are going to be a little upset that we weren't able to maybe go out and get, an organization's top guy or even MLB ready arm. But, what I would like to ask our fan base is for just a little patience. I do think that, we hope to be successful next year in free agency because we've been successful in the past when it comes to, getting our hands dirty and taking risks. But overall, I think that we executed on our plan this offseason or this trade deadline season. Sure, I've seen reports and they are true. Like the Blue Jays was actually a mega deal. We struck that deal about 3 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago, and I did ask them that I wanted to make myself look like I was busy and constantly wheeling and dealing. So, they were gracious enough to break up that deal into 3 trades. So we let go of Cabrera, then Hicks, and then DeYoung. So, we wish them the best of luck. But, yeah, the other trades, I don't know much about the guys that we got. I know we have some other baseball guys here that like some of them. I am, like I said, busy, heads down in fantasy football magazines right now, but just be patient.
Oh, my goodness.
I get it. Yeah, that's great. Nice job, John Foselak.
So the final tally, guys, for the Cardinals here, out players traded were Hicks, Montgomery, Stratton, DeYoung, and Flaherty. In, I'm not going to go over all the names, but what you got back in return was 7 pitchers and 2 infielders.
Nice job.
What did Mo say he was going to be targeting?
Pitching. Yeah, and it sounds like the 2 infielders got a lot of upside, a lot of potential.
They've got a tremendous amount of upside. So,
who are they going to play?
Arms. You got 7 arms.
Yeah, you restocked the farm system to go along with the guys you had.
Yeah.
You have more opportunities for these guys to turn into starters either next year or the year after. It's not just Graceffo, McGreevy, and Tinkens now. You've got several guys. And maybe some of these guys turn into bullpen arms, which is what you need to. All right, Marsh, what do we got for criticisms and compliments?
Yeah, let's start off with John Foselak, who's getting some compliments on our Air Comfort Service text line. From the 636, I like how it always sounds like he's driving. I'm imagining Mo driving home, satisfied with another big day.
No doubt. Yeah, well said.
No doubt, yeah. We get one from the 314. He sounds more like Mo than Mo himself. Great job.
Every time he begins talking, I start to chuckle to myself. Every time he starts. He's just got that inflection down perfectly.
Well, you know.
It's outstanding.
From the 636, I like this guy better. Amazing. Well done.
I love when he said, I don't know who we got for these guys, but my head has been buried in fantasy football magazine.
Oh man, I can't wait to do that myself.
Is Brandon Kiley, has he got the fantasy football league going again this year?
I hope so.
I haven't seen the email come across the company ticker.
Just let's slow down on the the clock.
I feel like
oh my
god, a little bit.
I feel like he should speed it up.
I don't know if he can.
We'll call it the speed draft.
I was cooking dinner for the family last night. I look over, I go, I get drafted another tight end. Nice.
Auto drafts.
I use 4 of those.
Who did you draft where you're like, why? I think it was...
there was a player I absolutely hated. I wanted nothing to do with him.
It was Panthers wide receiver now with the Bears.
DJ Moore. I wanted nothing to do with him.
You got him.
He's a good player. He's going to quarterback. I don't want him. Took him like seconds for me.
I actually think it's kind of entertaining if you guys speed it up.
Jamie,
you gotta be on your toes, man.
Yahoo or whatever literally could not speed it up any faster.
We were at
30 seconds.
We were at Buffalo Wild Wings for that, and I could just be, pulling this out of my rear end, but I'm almost positive that we didn't even have our food, and the draft was halfway done.
Oh, it's over. Okay, sounds good.
Oh, my goodness. All right, let's get to some criticisms and compliments. From the 636, Jamie is the brother. You listen to his advice, and then you do the complete opposite.
That's not true.
Man.
That's not true, Anthony.
Jamie.
There's a lot of advice that I offer that is great advice.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Honestly,
a lot of advice I give, you should do the opposite.
But I think I think you preface it a lot of times too. You say, "Hey, this is what I did, and I'd still do it, but I don't know if you should do it."
Yeah, it may not be for you.
I don't know if it is. I don't know if it necessarily worked out for me. It's kind of how you would
There's a lot of
phrase
those.
it. Yeah.
Learn from me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't be me. Learn from me, I think, is what you often say.
Use
Jamie.
my life situations.
Yeah.
And you create your own adventure.
No doubt. Yeah.
Jamie gives us the answers to the test, but sometimes the answers aren't always right.
Sometimes you can't handle the truth.
That's a good point. That's a real good point.
From the 816, Texas and Toronto are next to each other in the address book. Common misconception.
The good news is, I guess to some degree, is you traded all of them to the American League, so when they inevitably have some success.
For sure.
It's for American League teams the rest of the year.
100%.
So that's good, right?
I think so.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
From 314, Jamie's been spot on recently.
Yeah, damn right he has.
Thank you.
I don't know what he's talking about, but
I don't either.
A myriad of things.
Sure. Yeah.
We were talking about superheroes in the sports six-pack and what superhero would be the best superhero to put on your baseball team, and the text line never fails. From the 314, Spider-Man climbs the wall like Ozuna.
Yeah, good call.
Basically acquired Ozuna.
The 618, can't use Spider-Man. He always has a foreign substance on his hands.
Great point.
No, it's not really on his hands, though. It's like from his wrist.
Either way.
It's a sticky wrist, not the sticky hands.
Still, though. It's like using the back of the hat or the brim.
But you're putting it on your hands. So he may not have sticky fingers.
No, he does, though. He can climb walls. That's how he climbs the walls. He's got sticky fingers.
Yeah, that's true. He'll be banned.
I don't know.
We can't
you
use
ever
him.
hold a spider? Spider doesn't have sticky little legs.
I'm just telling you how his powers work.
There is one guy on this show that knows superheroes, and it's Marshy. I'm gonna lean on him.
You're right
on this.
Another Spider-Man one from 636. Spider-Man would absolutely be able to hit. He has spidey senses. He knows what is coming without the trash cans.
True.
Okay. Yeah. Good call. All right. I still like the Flash, though. I mean, it's instant offense.
We didn't think of one. The text line had one, but Thor.
Thor, yeah, with his hammer.
Thor, the way he swings that big hammer of his.
Absolutely
Jamie, I feel
knock
like
it out of the park.
If you were a superhero, you'd be Thor.
Yeah. I love the fact he can swing the big hammer.
I know you
It's
do,
a
buddy.
difference maker at times, Anthony.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
I feel like that's you.
I mean, it's there if you need it, but you don't necessarily always need it.
Yeah.
Last one here, gentlemen. We have the Incredible Hulk and Tyler O'Neill, who can't hit. So, no, he would not be a good pickup.
In fairness, Tyler O'Neill can hit. He's just never available.
Yeah, I don't feel like the Hulk would be as injured.
No, not at all. Not even
Can you imagine
Bruce
the
Banner
Hulk in a bench clearing brawl?
I mean, Bruce Banner would be hurt as much as Tyler O'Neill. Anyways, thanks for everything today, guys. See ya.